Comfort is killing your potential. It is a slow, insidious killer. Every day, every hour, it whispers in your ear, inviting you to rest, to take it easy, to put off the hard work, to settle for what's good enough. But let me tell you something. The easy path you think is making your life better is robbing you of everything that you could be. You're not just stagnating, you're actively moving backward. While you lounge in your comfort zone, thinking you're safe, you're slowly dying inside. Your growth, your evolution, your potential, all of it is slipping away. The world doesn't stop when you choose comfort. The world is relentless, constantly moving forward. While you're resting, someone else is grinding, pushing, and clawing their way to the top. While you're settling for mediocrity, someone else is reaching for greatness. Every moment you spend coasting, someone is taking your spot. Someone is doing the work you refuse to do. They're breaking the limits you're too afraid to even challenge. This is the cruel truth. Comfort is not your ally. It is your enemy. And the worst part? You're not just letting it happen. You're actively participating in your own mediocrity. There's a lie that we tell ourselves, and it's the most dangerous lie we'll ever believe. I'll start tomorrow. How many times have you said that? How many times have you told yourself that you'll make a change, but you'll start it tomorrow, next week, next year? Here's the thing. The truth is, there is no tomorrow. There is only now. Every second you waste, every minute you spend putting off the work you know you need to do, is another second lost in your journey. It's time you'll never get back. And every second wasted compounds, pulling you further away from your dreams. There's a moment in every person's life when they are faced with the truth. It's that moment when you look in the mirror and you no longer just see your reflection. You see the reality of who you've become. For some, it comes late at night when the world is still and the silence is deafening. For others, it strikes in broad daylight when you least expect it, in the midst of an ordinary day. You realize, this is who I am now. Is this who I wanted to be? That moment defines us. It either crushes us or pushes us forward. And that's the point where you must decide. Will you accept mediocrity or rise up to your true potential? Now let me share something with you that most people will never grasp. Success isn't about what you achieve. It's about who you become in the process of achievement. It's not just the destination that matters. It's the journey. It's the person you evolve into while you push toward that goal. And that person, well, they're determined by what you do every single day when no one else is watching. The truth is, it's easy to want success. Everyone wants success. But the real question isn't whether you want it. It's whether you're willing to become the person capable of achieving it. Think about yesterday. Really think about it. What time did you wake up? What was the first thing you did? Did you roll out of bed and go straight into your day? Or did you hit snooze for another 10 minutes, telling yourself you'll just rest for a little longer? What did you do with those precious morning hours? Did you scroll through social media, consuming the lives of others, while your own life slipped away? These aren't just random questions. These are the building blocks of your future. Every choice, no matter how small, either pushes you toward excellence or pulls you toward mediocrity. There is no neutral ground. You're either moving forward or you're moving backward. You're either growing or you're dying. The gap between where you are and where you want to be isn't measured in miles. It's measured in decisions, small decisions. seemingly insignificant choices that you make every day. And guess what? No one sees these decisions. No one applauds them. No one criticizes them. But these decisions build up, drop by drop, until they form a mighty river. They shape your future in ways you can't yet understand. These small, unseen decisions are what will determine whether you become a winner or stay stuck in mediocrity. True winners understand something the rest of the world doesn't. Success is not a destination you arrive at one day. It's the natural consequence of consistently making the harder right choice instead of the easier wrong one. It's choosing growth over comfort, every day, every hour, without exception. It's about getting up when the alarm goes off and deciding that today will be the day you push yourself just a little bit more than you did yesterday. When that alarm rings, it's not just a wake-up call. It's a decision point. Will you rise with purpose, or will you roll over and give in to your comfort zone? And here's where the rubber meets the road. How many of us are actively seeking discomfort? How many of us are pushing ourselves into situations that challenge us, that force us to grow? Most people spend their entire lives avoiding discomfort, trying to stay in the safety of their comfort zones, and then wonder why they're stuck. They wonder why they haven't reached the heights they desire. Comfort is the prison you've locked yourself in. The bars are invisible, but they're real. And until you break free from them, you will never realize your true potential. Let me be clear. Your comfort zone is not meant to be a permanent place of residence. It's a place to visit occasionally, but it's not where you're meant to live. Living in your comfort zone is a slow death to your potential. Every time you choose comfort over growth, you're writing the story of your own mediocrity. But every time you choose discomfort, you're writing the story of your greatness. So ask yourself this. What would your life look like if you pushed yourself just 1% harder every single day? Not 100%. That's unsustainable. But just one more rep. One more minute of focus. One more call. That one extra push might not seem like much in the moment. But when you add it up over a week, a month, a year, suddenly you'll look back and realize you've built something extraordinary. The biggest mistake people make is waiting for motivation. They think they need to feel motivated before they take action. But that's backward. Action comes first. Motivation follows. You don't need to feel ready. You don't need to feel confident. You don't need to wait for the perfect moment. You just need to decide right now that you will push yourself every single day, no matter how you feel. Your life, everything in it, is the result of the decisions you've made up until now. Your health, your relationships, your career, your finances. It's all the outcome of the choices you've made. So, if you want different results, you need to make different decisions. And here's the most powerful part. You can make a new decision at any moment. Right now, you can decide to become the person who pushes themselves every day. You can decide to stop waiting for permission, for validation, for perfect conditions. The question isn't, what do I want? The real question is, what am I willing to go through to get what I want? Success isn't about what you want. It's about what you're willing to endure. It's about what you're willing to sacrifice. It's about how much you're willing to push when everything inside you screams to stop. Every day is a battle between who you are and who you could become. You're either growing or you're dying. There is no in between. And here's the hard truth. Your potential will always exceed your performance. No matter how far you've come, no matter how much you've accomplished, there's always another level. But getting there requires consistent, deliberate, uncomfortable effort. Most people only operate at 40% of their true potential. They do just enough to get by, enough to avoid criticism, enough to keep up appearances. Don't be one of them. Winners know that 40% is self-betrayal. Every time you operate below your potential, you're betraying your future. The moment you feel resistance, that's not a sign to stop. That's a sign that you're about to level up. Discomfort is a signal of growth. When you feel resistance, when you feel fear, that's when you know you're on the verge of something great. Winners know this. They embrace discomfort because it forges them into something stronger. The question you must ask yourself is, am I willing to become the warrior I was meant to be? The warrior chooses the battle, not the comfort. The warrior doesn't wait for the perfect conditions. They create them. They push themselves every day, no matter the circumstances. They choose growth, no matter how painful. They rise every time, and they rise stronger. Will you choose the same? Lesson 1. Recognize the power of small decisions. Key concept. Every choice you make shapes your future. The first step in breaking free from your comfort zone is understanding that every decision matters. Every small, seemingly insignificant choice you make today is contributing to your future. The act of choosing between comfort and growth, between easy and hard, between now and later. These decisions, though seemingly minor, are actually the building blocks of your destiny. This is where the real battle takes place, in the small, daily decisions that no one notices. The most successful people understand that these small moments accumulate over time and eventually shape the course of their lives. Each decision, whether it's deciding to wake up on time or to tackle a difficult task instead of procrastinating, is a moment that either takes you closer to your potential or pushes you further away from it. The key here is awareness. If you can become aware of the importance of these small decisions, you can begin to actively choose growth, even in the most mundane moments. You stop operating on autopilot and start making deliberate choices that align with your goals. How to implement? Start each day by making one small, tough decision that pushes you outside your comfort zone. Whether it's waking up when your alarm rings, choosing to go for a run instead of hitting the snooze button, or tackling that challenging email instead of putting it off. Make it a non-negotiable part of your morning routine. Over time, these small wins will compound and shift your mindset to prioritize growth over comfort. When faced with decisions throughout the day, ask yourself, is this pushing me toward excellence or pulling me toward mediocrity? This could be as simple as choosing to spend 30 minutes learning a new skill instead of mindlessly scrolling through your phone. When you can recognize the choices that matter most, you become empowered to choose the path that leads to growth. Keep a journal of your daily decisions for 1 week. Track the small choices you make and reflect on whether they're moving you closer to your goals or reinforcing your current comfort zone. This exercise helps to build self-awareness and offers insight into areas of your life where you may be subconsciously choosing comfort over growth. Use this information to begin adjusting your daily habits. By focusing on the small decisions and choosing growth even in seemingly insignificant moments, you begin to shift your entire life trajectory. Recognizing the power of small decisions is the foundation upon which every other lesson is built. When you take control of your choices, you take control of your life. And once you realize that, the process of pushing past your limits becomes much easier to sustain. Lesson 2. Embrace discomfort as a growth signal. Key concept. Discomfort is a signal of growth. The path to success is not a smooth one. It's not about finding ease and comfort. It's about stepping into the unknown and willingly embracing the discomfort that comes with change. Discomfort is one of the most powerful indicators of growth. It's a sign that you are stretching yourself, challenging your limits, and stepping beyond what is familiar to you. The moment you feel discomfort, that is the moment when transformation is happening. It's when you push past your comfort zone that you begin to break through the barriers that have kept you stagnant. Most people shy away from discomfort because it feels unpleasant. The truth is, our minds are wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain. However, in the modern world, this survival mechanism often prevents us from reaching our full potential. You must retrain your mind to view discomfort not as a threat, but as a valuable signal that you're moving in the right direction. It's like the burn you feel when you lift heavy weights. At first, it's painful, but over time, that discomfort leads to strength and growth. Understanding that discomfort equals growth requires a shift in perspective. Instead of trying to avoid it, seek it out. Challenge yourself to lean into discomfort. When you start looking for opportunities to push yourself beyond what's comfortable, you'll discover new levels of strength and resilience you didn't even know you had. How to implement. Seek out discomfort intentionally. When you're presented with the option to take the easy route, choose the harder path. If you feel the resistance in your body or mind telling you to avoid something, that's your cue to move toward it. Whether it's taking on a tough project at work, signing up for a challenging fitness program, or engaging in difficult conversations, these moments of discomfort are opportunities to grow. Reframe discomfort as a positive force. The next time you feel uncomfortable, whether it's a physical challenge, a mental hurdle, or an emotional obstacle, remind yourself that it's not a sign to stop. It's a signal that you are progressing, that you are evolving. Reframe discomfort as evidence that you're on the right track. Instead of running from it, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I use this discomfort to become better? Push yourself beyond your current limits. One of the best ways to embrace discomfort is to set goals that are just beyond your current capabilities. If you're working out, challenge yourself to push for one more rep, run one more lap, or increase your weight. In your personal and professional life, push yourself to tackle bigger challenges, speak in public, or take on projects that intimidate you. This is how you build resilience, by stretching your limits and breaking through the discomfort. Change your mindset about failure. When you feel discomfort, it's easy to equate it with failure. But it's important to recognize that failure and discomfort are part of the process. Failure isn't a sign to quit. It's a learning experience. Discomfort means you're on the verge of something greater. Failures, setbacks, and challenges are not the end. They're just the growing pains you need to go through in order to reach the next level. Develop a discomfort tolerance. The more you expose yourself to discomfort, the easier it becomes to handle. Over time, you'll develop a higher tolerance for discomfort, meaning you'll be able to push yourself further and further without being overwhelmed. Just like physical training increases your muscle endurance, emotional and mental discomfort increases your capacity for growth. When you choose to embrace discomfort, you no longer see it as something to fear. Instead, you recognize it as a necessary step toward becoming stronger, more capable, and more successful. Discomfort becomes not just something to endure, but something to seek out. The more you grow comfortable with being uncomfortable, the more unstoppable you become. Remember, the path to greatness is not found in ease. It's forged in the fire of challenge, discomfort, and persistence. Keep pushing yourself. Keep leaning into discomfort. And watch as you transform into the person you were always meant to be. Lesson 3. Build the habit of consistent effort. Key concept. Success is the result of consistent daily effort. Success is rarely a result of a single action or a dramatic leap forward. It's built on the consistent daily efforts that compound over time. The truth is, success is more about persistence than it is about talent, intelligence, or luck. Every great achievement comes from showing up each day, doing the work, and putting in the effort, even when the results aren't immediately visible. This is where most people fail. They expect instant results, or they try to make drastic changes without understanding that success is achieved in incremental steps. The most successful people in the world understand one simple truth. Success is not an event. It's a process. It's a series of small, deliberate actions that accumulate into something greater than the sum of their parts. It's about the habits you cultivate, the effort you put in and day out, and the discipline you maintain when motivation fades. Consistency is the bedrock of any achievement. Building the habit of consistent effort means committing to the process, not just the outcome. It's about showing up, even when you don't feel like it. It's about doing the work, regardless of how long it takes or how difficult it seems. Over time, the results will come, but they will only come if you remain disciplined in your effort. How to implement. Set clear, measurable goals. Consistency thrives when you know exactly what you're working toward. Set specific, clear goals for yourself. Whether it's a professional target, a health milestone, or a personal development objective, having a clear destination helps keep your efforts focused. Break these larger goals down into smaller, manageable tasks that you can accomplish every day. This turns the overwhelming journey toward success into a series of daily, consistent actions. Create a daily routine that incorporates your goals. Consistency thrives on routine. Develop a schedule that aligns with your goals and commit to it every day. For example, if your goal is to write a book, commit to writing 500 words each day. If it's fitness, dedicate 30 minutes every day to physical exercise. The key is not to overwhelm yourself with massive tasks, but to create a sustainable habit that you can repeat daily without fail. Focus on effort, not results. One of the hardest things to do is to detach your worth and motivation from immediate results. Most people are motivated by the sight of progress, by quick wins and visible achievements. But true consistency comes when you're focused on the effort, not the outcome. Celebrate the fact that you are doing the work every day, regardless of how far you feel from your goal. The process is just as important as the destination. Track your progress and celebrate small wins. To maintain consistent effort, it's important to track your progress, even if it feels incremental. This helps you see that you are moving forward, even on the days when you don't feel like it. Use a journal or a habit tracker to mark off your daily efforts. When you reach a small milestone, whether it's a week of consistent work, completing a certain number of reps, or finishing a chapter of your book, celebrate it. These small victories will keep you motivated and reinforce your commitment to consistency. Push through the days you don't feel like it. On those days when motivation is nowhere to be found, that's when your commitment to consistency will really be tested. It's easy to work when you're inspired, but the true test of character is showing up when you don't feel like it. Those are the days that will define your future success. Learn to push through those moments. Even if you can't give 100% on those days, show up and give something. Give 10%, give 50%, but always show up. Stack your habits. Once you've mastered one habit, build on it. Consistency is not just about maintaining one habit, but also about layering new habits on top of existing ones. For example, if you've built the habit of waking up early to exercise, add a new habit of reading for 20 minutes after your workout. Gradually stacking new habits on top of your existing routine will accelerate your progress and increase your productivity. Be patient and trust the process. The road to success is not fast. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There will be times when your progress seems slow, and you might question whether all your effort is worth it. But remember, success is the result of consistent effort compounded over time. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill. At first, it's small and barely noticeable, but with each day, it grows larger and more powerful. Trust the process and have patience as your efforts build momentum. Consistency over perfection. Don't wait for the perfect moment to take action. Consistency doesn't mean doing things perfectly. It means doing things regularly and making progress, even if that progress isn't always perfect. Perfectionism can paralyze you, keeping you stuck in place. Instead, focus on showing up and doing your best, not on achieving flawless results. Over time, your consistent effort will lead to improvements that no single perfect attempt could ever match. By committing to consistent effort, you're creating a foundation of resilience. You're building the mental toughness that will allow you to keep going when the road gets tough. Remember, success doesn't come from one huge breakthrough. It comes from the daily actions you take, the effort you put in, and the resilience you build when you push through obstacles. Action plan. Define your goals and break them down into smaller, manageable tasks. Create a daily routine that includes these tasks and prioritize them every day. Track your progress, no matter how small, and celebrate your consistency. Push yourself on days when motivation is low and learn to work through resistance. Build on your habits over time, stacking new goals on top of old ones. Trust the process, and remember that your consistent effort is the foundation of success. Consistency is the key that unlocks the door to greatness. By making the daily decision to show up, do the work, and push through discomfort, you will build the momentum needed to achieve extraordinary success. Keep going, even when it feels hard. Keep putting in the effort, because with every step, you're becoming the person capable of achieving what you once thought was impossible. Lesson 4. Stop waiting for motivation. Act first. Key concept. Motivation follows action, not the other way around. One of the biggest lies we tell ourselves is that we need to feel motivated before we can take action. We often find ourselves waiting for the perfect moment, for the right mood, or for the burst of inspiration that will push us to take action. The truth is, this mindset is a trap. Motivation doesn't come before action. It comes after we start. The most successful people don't wait for motivation to strike. They create motivation by simply doing the work, even when they don't feel like it. Think about it. Motivation is a fleeting feeling, like the wind. It blows through, but it doesn't always stay. If you rely solely on motivation to get things done, you'll quickly find yourself stuck in a cycle of inaction, waiting for a feeling that may never come. The secret to success isn't waiting for motivation. It's taking the first step, no matter how small, and allowing action to fuel the momentum that builds motivation. When you take action first, even in the face of doubt or resistance, you break the cycle of procrastination. You create forward momentum that naturally generates motivation, making it easier to keep going. The act of doing is what ultimately drives you to continue moving forward. So, stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop waiting to feel inspired. Start now. How to implement. Take the first step, no matter how small. It doesn't matter if you don't feel like it or if you think you're not ready. The most important thing is to begin. Start with the smallest possible action you can take toward your goal. Whether it's writing a single sentence, working for 10 minutes, or making one call. The key is to overcome the inertia of inaction. Once you take that first step, momentum will begin to build. Commit to doing before feeling. We often wait for the feeling of motivation to come before taking action. Flip that thinking. Commit to the idea that you will act first, and the feeling will follow. For example, instead of waiting for motivation to start exercising, tell yourself you will work out for just 5 minutes. Often, after you get started, you'll find that you're willing to go longer, because action has already started the process of generating motivation. Stop making excuses. We are all experts at making excuses. We tell ourselves that we don't have enough time, that we're too tired, or that the conditions aren't right. The truth is, if you wait for ideal conditions to act, you will never act. The conditions will never be perfect. If you truly want to make progress, you must learn to act in spite of the obstacles. Discipline is about doing the work regardless of your excuses or how you feel. Stop waiting for everything to align and take action with what you have, where you are. Focus on process, not results. Motivation often gets stuck in the desire for results. We want instant rewards and instant feedback to fuel our drive. But this is a trap. Focusing too much on the outcome can make the journey feel overwhelming. Instead, focus on the process, the small actions you can take today. Celebrate your consistency and effort, not just the outcome. The more you focus on showing up and doing the work, the more motivation will naturally follow. Develop a just do it mentality. Sometimes, the best way to overcome resistance is to eliminate the mental chatter that keeps you from starting. The longer you think about something, the more doubts and excuses will enter your mind. Develop a just do it mentality. When you feel resistance, push past it by saying, just do it. Commit to taking action right now, regardless of your emotional state or mental hesitations. Create a no excuses rule. Build a habit of rejecting excuses. Set a rule for yourself that excuses have no place in your daily life. Instead of waiting for conditions to be perfect, decide that every day you will take at least one action, no matter how small, toward your goal. When you remove the option to make excuses, you eliminate the barrier that's preventing you from taking action. Make decisions quickly and commit. Often, the reason we don't take action is that we spend too much time contemplating decisions. We overthink, get stuck in analysis paralysis, and never move forward. Make the decision quickly and commit to it. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes to act. Once you commit to taking action, Trust yourself enough to follow through without second-guessing. Use momentum to build motivation. Once you start acting, motivation begins to build. You'll notice that the first few steps might be difficult, but once you gain momentum, things will start to flow more easily. The key is to keep moving, even when it's hard. Small victories will add up and motivate you to keep going. Think of momentum as the engine that powers your actions. Without it, you're stuck. But once you have it, the work becomes easier. Example of momentum in action. Imagine you want to write a book, but every day you think, "I'll do it tomorrow." You feel unmotivated to start, so the cycle continues. But one day, you decide to simply write one paragraph. That's it. You don't pressure yourself to write a chapter, just one paragraph. Once you get started, you may realize that you're in the flow, and suddenly you've written a few pages. You started with the smallest action, but it sparked the motivation to continue. The key was starting, not waiting for motivation to come to you. Key takeaways. Take action first. Motivation follows action, not the other way around. Commit to doing, not feeling. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Perfect timing will never come. Act now and adapt as you go. Focus on the process. Motivation grows from consistent effort, not from the pursuit of immediate results. Eliminate excuses. Stop waiting for the right moment and start working with what you have. Develop a no excuses rule. Commit to taking action each day, no matter how small. Conclusion. Waiting for motivation is a surefire way to stay stuck in the same place. The key to moving forward, to breaking free from procrastination, is to act first. The moment you take that first step, you create momentum. And with that momentum comes the motivation to continue. Don't wait for inspiration to strike. Create it yourself by simply getting started. Act now and let motivation follow. Lesson 5. Redefine your self-image through action. Key concept. Who you are today is not who you must remain. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to shape your self-image. Your self-image is the mental picture you have of yourself, the person you believe yourself to be. It governs how you approach challenges, how you react to setbacks, and most importantly, how you act in everyday situations. Your self-image is the foundation of your behavior and performance. It can either limit you or empower you to reach your full potential. The unfortunate truth is that most people operate with a limited self-image, one that has been shaped by their past experiences, failures, and external influences. Many of us base our self-image on what others think of us, or on our past mistakes, rather than on the limitless potential that exists within us. But here's the liberating truth. Your self-image is not fixed. It is not permanent. It is something that you can redefine at any moment. Every action you take, every step you take toward your goals, is an opportunity to reshape your self-image. You don't have to wait for external validation or approval. You can begin right now, through consistent action, to redefine who you are and what you are capable of. You can transform your self-image by proving to yourself, through action, that you are capable of achieving greatness, no matter where you started from, or what limitations you may have believed you had. How to implement. Start with small actions that challenge your self-image. If you have a limiting belief about yourself, like thinking you're not disciplined, capable, or talented enough to achieve your goals, start proving that belief wrong through small actions. For example, if you think you lack discipline, take a small step to challenge that. Maybe it's committing to wake up at 5 a.m. every day, or it's sticking to a fitness routine for a week. With each small action, you will begin to rewrite the story you've been telling yourself about who you are. Take on challenges that force you to grow. Redefining your self-image requires you to step outside your comfort zone and take on challenges that stretch you. Whether it's taking on a difficult project at work, entering a new field, or starting a business, putting yourself in situations that push you beyond what you thought you were capable of will force you to reassess who you are and what you're capable of. Every time you succeed at something that challenges you, your self-image will grow stronger, more confident, and more resilient. Visualize the person you want to become. Visualization is a powerful tool for reshaping your self-image. Close your eyes and imagine the person you want to be. The version of yourself who has already achieved the goals you're striving for. Picture yourself succeeding, feeling confident, taking on challenges with ease. As you visualize this version of yourself, begin to embody that image in your actions. Start making decisions and taking actions as if you are already that person. Your self-image will begin to shift as you consistently take on the role of the person you aspire to be. Challenge your inner critic. Most of us have an inner critic, those negative voices that tell us we're not good enough, not capable enough, or that we're not worthy of success. These voices are rooted in your current self-image. The key to redefining your self-image is to challenge and silence that inner critic. Instead of accepting these negative thoughts as truth, confront them with positive affirmations and evidence of your capabilities. When you hear that voice telling you, "You can't," respond with, "I am capable, I am worthy, and I am taking action today to prove myself wrong." Over time, the inner critic will become weaker, and your new, empowered self-image will take root. Create new habits that reflect your desired identity. The key to changing your self-image is to make sure your actions reflect the person you want to become. If you want to be seen as disciplined, create daily habits that reflect discipline. If you want to be seen as a leader, take leadership opportunities, even if they scare you. The more you act in alignment with your desired self-image, the stronger that self-image will become. Consistency is the key. With every new habit you adopt, you reinforce the identity of the person you are striving to become. Use positive self-talk to reinforce your new identity. The way you talk to yourself matters. Your thoughts influence how you see yourself and how you perform. If you want to redefine your self-image, start by changing the language you use about yourself. Stop saying things like, "I'm not good enough," or "I'm too weak to succeed." Instead, tell yourself, "I am capable of achieving anything I set my mind to. I am strong and resilient," or "I am always growing and improving." This positive self-talk will create a mental foundation for the new, empowered identity you are working to build. Surround yourself with people who support your new image. The people you spend time with have a significant impact on your self-image. If you are constantly around people who reinforce your old limiting beliefs, it will be difficult to break free from that mindset. Surround yourself with people who believe in your potential, who challenge you to grow, and who support your goals. These people will help you see yourself through a more empowered lens and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. Measure your progress. As you take consistent action, it's important to measure your progress. Track your achievements and reflect on how far you've come. This will help reinforce the fact that your self-image is indeed shifting. When you look back at your progress, you'll realize that you've become someone new. Not because of what others think of you, but because of the actions you've taken and the person you've decided to become. Be patient with the process. Changing your self-image takes time. It's not an overnight transformation. It requires consistent action, belief in your potential, and a commitment to growth. Don't get discouraged if things don't change immediately. Understand that as long as you continue to take action toward your goals, your self-image will shift. Trust the process and stay committed to becoming the person you aspire to be. Example of self-image transformation. Consider someone who believes they're not good with money. Their self-image is rooted in the idea that they'll never be financially successful. To change this, they could start by taking small steps, like creating a budget, saving a certain percentage of their income, or learning about investing. Each time they take action in alignment with a more financially responsible identity, they start to see themselves differently. Eventually, this person no longer sees themselves as someone bad with money, but as someone who is financially disciplined, capable of making sound financial decisions. Key takeaways. Your self-image is not fixed. It is shaped by your actions and beliefs, and you can redefine it at any time. Challenge your limiting beliefs. Identify areas where your self-image is holding you back, and actively work to change those beliefs through action. Act as if. Begin embodying the person you want to become by taking actions that align with your desired self-image. Create habits that reflect your new identity. Consistent, positive habits will help reinforce your new self-image. Use positive self-talk to reinforce change. Your inner dialogue influences your behavior, so speak to yourself as the person you're becoming. Conclusion. The power to redefine your self-image is within your hands. By taking consistent, purposeful actions that align with the person you want to become, you can reshape who you are. Your self-image is not a static portrait. It is a living, breathing reflection of your daily choices. The more you act in alignment with your true potential, the more your self-image will evolve. Don't wait for others to define you. Take the reins and create the identity of someone who is capable of achieving anything they set their mind to. Your future self is waiting for you to step into your power. To all the returning Grim-Face warriors, thank you for your unwavering commitment to the grind. Every day, you prove that you're not just spectators of life. You are the ones shaping your own destiny, pushing through discomfort, and building the future you deserve. Keep pushing, keep grinding, and remember, the struggle you embrace today is the strength you'll carry tomorrow. And to all the new viewers joining us, welcome to the movement. This is where we don't just talk about success. We put in the work. We don't wait for motivation to find us. We create it with every step we take. If you're ready to redefine your life, challenge your limits, and become the best version of yourself, then you found the right place. Subscribe to the Grim-Face movement, and let's walk this path together. Your journey to greatness begins right now. Stay relentless. Stay hungry. Stay grim. Warrior, hear me now. The battle you are about to embark upon is not one fought with weapons or armies. It is fought within the depths of your own soul. The enemy is not the world or anyone around you. The enemy is your own weakness, your own complacency, your own reluctance to grow. The battlefield lies within your mind, and the victory is claimed through self-mastery. If you want to claim the spoils of wealth, power, and happiness, you must first realize this. Your enemy is comfort. Success is not a gift from the heavens or some stroke of luck. It is forged in the fires of your own growth. You are only as powerful as the man you have become. The riches you acquire in this life are only reflections of the warrior within. If you remain weak, so will your fortune. But if you rise, if you grow, if you forge your spirit like a blade, your fortune will be yours to command. And let me tell you this, warrior, from the deepest depths of truth, success is not something you chase. It's something you attract. So stop running after success. Stop pleading for opportunities to knock. Stop waiting for things to magically fall into place. What you need is the courage and the discipline to develop yourself into the kind of person who attracts success, wealth, and happiness. Success is not the goal. It's the byproduct of your personal development. Weapon 1. Master the art of the mind. The mind is the first and most crucial battleground in your quest for greatness. If you fail here, no amount of wealth, success, or power will ever be yours to keep. Everything begins and ends within the confines of your mind. It's not the world around you that determines your fate. It's the thoughts you entertain that shape your destiny. Warrior, understand this. The power to create the life you desire lies in your ability to control your thoughts. What you think about, you become. Your thoughts are the architects of your reality. You cannot be weak in this area, for your thoughts are the foundation upon which everything is built. If your mind is weak, then no external circumstances can truly make you strong. Every person who has ever achieved greatness, whether in battle, business, or life, knew this one truth. Your mind is your greatest ally, or your greatest enemy. The difference between victory and defeat is often not external circumstances, but the internal war between your thoughts of power and your thoughts of fear. You have been given a weapon in the form of your mind, but it is not automatic. It is a tool that must be honed, shaped, and sharpened. The greatest warriors don't simply fight with brute force. They fight with strategy, with insight, and with a mind that is both disciplined and visionary. Now let's break this down, warrior. The mind is a battlefield, and you must arm yourself with these 4 crucial principles. Awareness of thought. The first battle. Before you can master your mind, you must first become aware of your thoughts. Too many warriors, too many men, go through life blindly following whatever thoughts come their way, as if they have no control over them. This is a dangerous way to live, because you are not the master of your life if you are not the master of your thoughts. You must begin to observe yourself. Watch your thoughts as they arise. Are they positive, empowering thoughts? Or are they negative, limiting thoughts that hold you back? The moment you begin to observe, you start to gain control. The first battle of the mind is becoming aware of what you think. Once you realize how often you entertain thoughts of fear, doubt, or weakness, you can start replacing them with thoughts of strength, certainty, and vision. Focus, commanding your attention. In this world, distractions are everywhere. The battle for your mind is often a battle for your focus. Every day, there are 1,000 things trying to pull your attention in different directions. Your mind can only serve one master at a time, and the warrior who lacks focus is a warrior who will never win the war. Focus is not something that comes naturally to many. It is something you must actively train. When you focus on something, you are giving it the full power of your mind. This means when you focus on a goal, a purpose, a mission, everything within you is directed toward that single aim. Focus is the key to overcoming distractions. The mind must become like a laser, sharp, powerful, and unwavering. A warrior who can focus on his vision, his mission, and his purpose will cut through any obstacle in his path. Anything less is surrendering to the chaos. Belief, the strength of your conviction. The thoughts you entertain shape the beliefs you hold, and your beliefs shape the actions you take. Belief is the driving force behind everything you do. A warrior who does not believe in himself, who does not believe in his own potential, is like a knight without a sword, helpless and unprepared for battle. But belief is not something you are born with. It is something you create. You do not wait for belief to come to you. You choose it. The most successful warriors have an unwavering belief in their own power, in their mission, in their ability to succeed. They know that failure is just a part of the journey, not the end of the story. If you do not believe in yourself, no one else will. The first step to victory is belief. Belief that you are capable, that you are strong, that you are destined for greatness. If you do not believe, you cannot act with confidence. If you do not believe, you will falter when the world challenges you. So build your belief, warrior. Protect it fiercely, for it is the shield that guards you on your path. Visualization, shaping your future. Visualization is a powerful weapon in your mental arsenal. It is the art of seeing your success before it happens. Great warriors, leaders, and conquerors throughout history have used this principle to achieve greatness. They could see their victory long before it became reality. And that vision is what drove them forward, even in the most dire of circumstances. You cannot achieve what you cannot imagine. Your mind is a powerful creator, and whatever you can visualize, you can manifest. It is not enough to think about success. You must feel it, see it, live it in your mind, before it can ever materialize in your physical reality. When you visualize your success, you are not just imagining an outcome. You are conditioning your mind to believe that success is inevitable. Every day, as a warrior, you must take time to see your victory. Picture it in vivid detail, how it feels, how it looks, how it changes your life. The more real it feels in your mind, the more likely it will become your reality. The discipline of thought, a lifelong battle. Mastering the mind is not a one-time achievement. It is a daily, ongoing battle. Every day, you will face thoughts of fear, doubt, distraction, and weakness. The key is not to eliminate them altogether. That is impossible. The key is to fight them relentlessly, to replace them with empowering thoughts that push you forward instead of holding you back. Warrior, you are not born with the mind of a champion. You must forge it, just as a blade is forged in fire. The stronger you make your mind, the greater your victories will be. Discipline your thoughts. Master your mind. Protect it like the most precious weapon you possess, because it is. The warrior who can control his mind will control his destiny. And that, my friend, is the path to true power. The battle begins here. With every thought, with every idea, you shape your future. Choose wisely, fight fiercely, and win the war within. Weapon 2. Prepare for battle. Educate yourself. Warrior, knowledge is not just power. It is the very armor that shields you from the chaos of the world. The greatest battles are often fought not with swords, but with ideas, wisdom, and insight. Education is the weapon that enables you to stand tall in the face of adversity. Without it, you are like a soldier who enters battle without knowing how to use his weapons. You may have the strength, but without the proper knowledge, you will falter. True warriors are never content with what they know today. They understand that to rise above the masses, to achieve something truly great, they must never stop learning. The battlefield of life demands a constant upgrading of your skills, your mindset, and your knowledge. If you are not learning, you are falling behind. Understand this. Education is a lifelong journey, not a destination. No matter how much you think you know, there's always more to discover, always more to learn, and always more ways to improve. This is the way of the warrior, the way of relentless self-improvement, of never being satisfied with mediocrity, of always striving for excellence in every area of your life. Now let us break down the 5 core principles of how education can become your greatest weapon. 1. Master the art of self-education. The world is filled with distractions, noise, and irrelevant information. Most people accept what is taught to them and never question it. But warriors do not follow blindly. They question, they seek the truth, and they educate themselves beyond the limits of what the world expects. Self-education is not about going through the motions. It is about taking control of your learning. It is about actively seeking knowledge, not just accepting what is handed to you. You must take charge of your education, becoming a student of life itself. No longer can you rely on traditional education to give you all the answers. That system is outdated, and the world has changed. If you want to rise, you must take it upon yourself to learn from the best. Seek out the greats, the warriors of intellect, the masters of their craft, and learn from them. Their wisdom is a treasure trove of knowledge, and if you are wise, you will mine it. Think of self-education as your daily discipline. Just as a warrior sharpens his sword every morning, you must sharpen your mind. This means reading, researching, experimenting, and learning from your own experiences. Knowledge is not passive. It requires action. You must put what you learn into practice. 2. The power of books. Knowledge is your weapon. Books are the ancient weapons of warriors. The power contained within the pages of a book can shape your future, change your mindset, and alter the very course of your life. And yet, most warriors fail to see this truth. They neglect the power of books, thinking that success is something they must stumble upon, something they will eventually get lucky with. The warrior who reads is the warrior who succeeds. Books are the blueprint for victory. They contain the wisdom of those who have come before you, those who have fought the battles, faced the challenges, and come out victorious. Every successful person you admire, every warrior who has risen above the ordinary, has read. They have consumed books on business, leadership, self-discipline, strategy, and personal growth. Their knowledge is not a fluke. It is the result of years of dedicated study. And this knowledge is available to you, just a page away. Do not wait for success to come knocking. Read and learn from those who have mastered the art of living. Every time you read, you gain an advantage over the masses. A single book might hold the keys to unlocking a door you didn't even know existed. Commit to reading every day, not for entertainment, but for growth. Make it a rule, warrior. 30 minutes a day. That's all it takes. In those 30 minutes, you can change the trajectory of your life. 3. Learn from the greatest minds. Seek mentorship. Self-education is powerful, but it is not enough on its own. The next step in your quest for knowledge is mentorship. To truly elevate yourself, you must seek out those who are already at the top of their craft and learn directly from them. No one has reached the pinnacle of success alone. Everyone who has made it has had mentors, guides, and advisors along the way. A true warrior understands the value of learning from those who have already walked the path. Find the individuals who are where you want to be and learn from their experiences. A mentor doesn't just show you what to do, they show you what not to do. They teach you the hard lessons, the pitfalls to avoid, and the strategies that work. It's not enough to read a book. You need to interact with real people, gain real-world knowledge, and apply it to your own life. Seek out those who are living the life you want to live and ask them questions. Absorb their wisdom. Let them teach you. Don't just look for mentors in your own circle. The greatest mentors are often those who have already made it and are willing to share their knowledge with you. Reach out, show respect, and be willing to learn. The more experienced a mentor is, the more value they can offer you. And if they're willing to teach you, it's because they know what it takes to succeed. 4. Learning from experience, your own and others. There is no substitute for experience. No amount of books or mentors can replace the lessons you learn by doing. But here's the secret. You don't have to learn everything the hard way. While it's important to take risks and learn from your own mistakes, you must also learn from the experiences of others. When you fail, don't be ashamed. Learn. When you succeed, don't celebrate too long. Reflect. Every experience is a lesson waiting to be discovered. Learn to analyze what went wrong, what went right, and how you can improve. But also, pay attention to the experiences of those around you. Watch the successful, observe the unsuccessful, and learn from both. You can avoid many of the pitfalls others have fallen into simply by listening to their stories and observing their actions. Life doesn't give out guarantees, but it does offer an endless supply of lessons. Be alert, warrior. Every experience, whether yours or someone else's, is an opportunity to learn and grow. 5. Knowledge is useless without action. Apply what you learn. There is one fatal mistake that too many warriors make. They hoard knowledge like treasure, but never use it. Knowledge in and of itself is nothing. Action is what turns knowledge into power. Without action, even the greatest ideas and strategies are just wasted potential. When you learn something new, apply it immediately. Take the lessons you have learned from books, mentors, and experiences, and put them into practice. The real warrior doesn't just know the strategy, they live it. They test it, refine it, and make it their own. Every new piece of knowledge you acquire is like a new weapon in your arsenal, but you must wield it. Every day, take action. Whether it's taking a step toward building your business, improving your health, developing your leadership skills, or strengthening your mindset, take action. The warrior who does not act is like a soldier who carries a sword, but never draws it. Education is the weapon that will win you the war. Warrior, you are not bound by your circumstances. You are not trapped by the hand you've been dealt. You can change your fate. All you need is the right education, the right tools, and the willingness to learn. Every great victory in life is won by those who dedicate themselves to knowledge and growth. Arm yourself with education. Seek out wisdom. Consume books. Find mentors. Learn from experience. And above all, act on what you learn. Education is the weapon that will win you the war. Make it your most powerful ally, and no enemy, no obstacle can stand in your way. This is your time. Rise up and arm yourself with the knowledge that will shape your future. Weapon 3. Forge your path through discipline. Warrior, listen closely. The greatest battles are not won in a single moment of glory. They are won in the small, quiet decisions you make when no one is watching. The essence of discipline lies not in the dramatic, but in the daily. It's in the early mornings when you push through the weariness to rise. It's in the late nights when you choose to keep moving forward instead of seeking comfort. It's in those moments when you could give in, yet you hold your ground, focused and unwavering. Discipline is the backbone of every warrior. Without it, you are like a ship adrift on the sea, blown by every wind and tossed by every storm. But with discipline, you become the captain of your own destiny. You chart your course, and no obstacle can alter it. The true test of a warrior is not when they are under the spotlight, but when they are alone, with only their own thoughts, will, and habits to guide them. If you want to achieve greatness, you must master the art of discipline. Discipline is not a temporary effort. It is a way of life. It is a warrior's way of moving through the world. And it is a battle you must win every single day. Let us break down the principles of discipline that will make you a warrior capable of achieving anything. 1. Discipline begins with consistency, the power of small decisions. Most warriors make the mistake of thinking that discipline is only required in moments of crisis, when everything is on the line. The truth is that discipline is won in the smallest, most mundane of moments. Discipline begins with consistency. Every day, you're faced with choices. Small choices that might seem insignificant at the time, but over time, they add up. Whether it's choosing to wake up early, choosing to eat well, or choosing to complete a task you don't feel like doing, each small choice is a victory or a defeat. The true warrior understands that their life is shaped not by the big events, but by the sum of their daily actions. Every small decision you make is either pulling you closer to your goal or pushing you farther away. And it is these small decisions that will either elevate you to greatness or trap you in mediocrity. Make discipline your ally by practicing consistency. Start with simple tasks and do them every day, without fail. Set a standard for yourself and never break it. Consistency builds the foundation for massive success. 2. Discipline requires sacrifice, the battle against comfort. The warrior's path is not easy. It is not meant to be easy. If you want to rise above the ordinary, you must be willing to make sacrifices. And the greatest sacrifice you will ever have to make is comfort. Comfort is the silent killer of potential. It whispers in your ear, telling you that you deserve rest, that you've done enough, that it's time to relax. But comfort is a lie. It is an enemy that will keep you from greatness. Discipline means saying no to comfort. It means choosing to work when you want to rest. It means choosing to push yourself when every fiber of your being wants to quit. Sacrifice is the price you must pay for greatness. And in this battle, comfort is the enemy. Warrior, if you want to achieve the life you desire, you must embrace discomfort. Push yourself beyond the limits of what you thought possible. Every time you reject comfort, you are building strength, resilience, and fortitude. Remember this: discipline means you sacrifice the easy path for the path that leads to victory. 3. Discipline builds strength, the power of repetition. In the arena of life, strength is earned through repetition. The more you repeat an action, the stronger it becomes. This applies not only to your physical strength, but also to your mental and emotional resilience. A warrior does not train once and rest on their laurels. They train every single day. Every repetition, every hour spent honing your skills, every moment spent working toward your goals, builds strength that cannot be taken away. Discipline is about creating habits that fortify your spirit. By repeating your efforts day in and day out, you are not just building muscle or skill, you are building character. Repetition strengthens your resolve and deepens your focus. Every time you push through the resistance, you are making yourself stronger, more capable, and more ready for battle. Warrior, the path to mastery is paved with consistent action. Repetition is the key to unlocking your true potential. Whether it's training your body, sharpening your mind, or perfecting your craft, repetition is the warrior's training ground. 4. Discipline means accountability. Own your actions. True discipline means taking full responsibility for your actions. No one else can do the work for you. No one can wake you up. No one can force you to do what needs to be done. And no one can stop you from making excuses. Discipline begins with accountability, taking ownership of your choices and your life. If you want to be a warrior, you must be the one to hold yourself accountable. You must stop blaming the world, your circumstances, or other people for your failures. Every success, every failure is the result of your actions or inaction. A warrior who lacks accountability will wander aimlessly through life, blaming everyone and everything for their shortcomings. But a true warrior looks in the mirror and says, I am the one responsible. I will take action. I will do the work. I will be disciplined. Accountability means you cannot hide from the truth. If you fail, you admit it. If you succeed, you own it. It is the warrior's responsibility to rise, regardless of the obstacles. 5. Discipline requires patience, the long-term vision. In the world of instant gratification, the warrior understands the power of patience. Discipline is not about immediate rewards. It's about the long-term goal. It's about sacrificing the short-term pleasure for the long-term victory. You must have the patience to wait for your efforts to bear fruit. A warrior does not expect to win every battle immediately. They understand that victory is the result of many battles fought over time. The road to greatness is long and fraught with challenges. But if you stay disciplined and focused, it will be worth it. The warrior understands that their time, their effort, their sweat, and their sacrifice will eventually pay off. But they do not rush it. They do not expect miracles overnight. They trust the process. Patience is not waiting idly. It is staying disciplined, doing the work day after day, knowing that the rewards will come in time. True discipline is the courage to stay the course, even when the end is not in sight. 6. Discipline is a lifestyle, a warrior's way of life. Discipline is not a temporary commitment. It is a lifestyle. It is how you live every moment, how you make every decision. It's in the way you carry yourself, the way you approach challenges, and the way you handle failure. Discipline is the constant companion of the warrior, the silent force that drives them forward when everything else tells them to stop. To make discipline a part of your life, you must live it, breathe it, and make it a non-negotiable part of your existence. Discipline is not a burden. It is the key to freedom. It frees you from weakness, from procrastination, and from mediocrity. Warrior, discipline is the bedrock of success. It is the unyielding foundation upon which you will build your legacy. The more you practice it, the stronger you become. And when the battles of life come, you will stand unwavering, knowing that nothing can defeat a warrior who has mastered the art of discipline. The path forward. Discipline is your sword. It is your shield. It is the armor that protects you from the chaos of the world and the force that drives you toward victory. Without it, you are vulnerable. With it, you are unstoppable. Start today, warrior. Build the habits, the routines, and the mindset that will carry you to greatness. Make discipline your ally, your constant companion, and your path to victory. The battles ahead will be fierce, but you will face them with the unshakable confidence that discipline brings. Discipline is the key to unlocking your potential. It is your weapon, your strength, and your power. Choose it, embrace it, and let it forge you into the warrior you are destined to become. Rise, warrior. Let discipline be your guide. Weapon 4. Master yourself. Self-motivation. Warrior. The greatest force you possess lies within you. The world around you will challenge you, test you, and try to break you. But there is one thing that no external force can touch: the fire that burns inside of you. This fire is self-motivation. It is the driving force behind everything you do, the energy that pushes you forward when the path is dark, the fuel that powers you when others falter. Without self-motivation, you are a ship without a sail, a warrior without a weapon. But with it, you are unstoppable. Self-motivation is not something you can borrow from others. It is not something that comes from an external source. It is a choice, a force you must cultivate within yourself. The true warrior is not motivated by applause, by praise, or by the promise of rewards. They are motivated by the fire in their own soul, by the vision of the person they are becoming, by the battle they are fighting within their own mind. This weapon is one of the most powerful you can wield, because when you are self-motivated, you answer to no one. You are your own commander, your own guide. No matter the circumstance, no matter the opposition, your drive comes from within. Let's explore the principles of mastering self-motivation and how you can forge this powerful weapon in your life. 1. Self-motivation starts with vision, the power of your why. The first step in building self-motivation is to have a clear and compelling vision. Without a vision, motivation is a fleeting force. It comes and goes with the whims of your mood, your environment, and your circumstances. But when you have a vision, a purpose that is larger than you, something that drives you to rise every day and fight, it becomes an unshakable force that fuels every action. Your why is the reason you do what you do. It is the vision of your future self, the man or woman you are becoming. This vision must be vivid and powerful, something that stirs you to your core. Your why is your fuel, your North Star, your guiding light. When you wake up, it should be the first thing on your mind. When you face challenges, it should be what keeps you going. Warrior, without a strong why, your efforts will lack direction. You will lose momentum when the road gets tough. But with a vision that inspires you, that pulls you forward, you will be unstoppable. Your vision will give you the clarity and the determination to keep moving, even when everything around you tells you to stop. 2. Take responsibility for your motivation. No one can motivate you except yourself. There is a dangerous lie that many warriors believe, that motivation comes from other people. They wait for the spark, the push, the encouragement from others to get moving. But true self-motivation lies in taking full responsibility for your own actions. You cannot wait for someone else to inspire you. No one is coming to save you. The responsibility for your success is solely in your hands. This is the warrior's truth. You are the only one who can motivate yourself. Waiting for external forces to light the fire within you is a path to mediocrity. Waiting for approval, waiting for a perfect moment, waiting for someone else to push you. These are the actions of a slave, not a warrior. A true warrior is the master of their own motivation. They wake up every day knowing that no one else is coming to do the work for them. They don't need a cheerleader to keep going because they are their own greatest motivator. When you own your motivation, you break free from the chains of dependence and take control of your destiny. The warrior who controls their motivation is free to conquer the world. 3. Cultivate a relentless inner drive. The battle against complacency. Self-motivation isn't something that fades after a few good days of work. It's not a momentary spark. It's a flame you must stoke every single day. Complacency is the enemy of progress. It tells you that what you've done is enough, that you've earned a break, that you deserve to rest. Complacency is the enemy you must battle relentlessly. It is the killer of ambition, the thief of greatness. Every day, you must choose to fight against complacency. You must choose to push yourself even when it feels uncomfortable, when it feels easier to stay where you are. A warrior who has mastered self-motivation does not rest on their laurels. They do not accept good enough as an answer. They are relentless in their pursuit of their goals. A true warrior knows that progress never comes without effort. Self-motivation means you continually push yourself to do more, to be better, and to improve every single day. It is the relentless pursuit of excellence, the refusal to settle, and the unwavering drive to be the best version of yourself. 4. Embrace the struggle. Motivation in the face of adversity. The path of the warrior is never smooth. There will be times when your motivation falters, when the obstacles seem insurmountable, when the world tells you to give up. In those moments, most will break, most will retreat, and most will allow their circumstances to dictate their fate. But the true warrior does not crumble under pressure. They rise. Self-motivation in the face of adversity is where true strength lies. The challenges you face are not barriers. They are the forge in which your character is shaped. Every time you are knocked down, you have a choice. Stay down or rise again. A warrior who masters self-motivation chooses to rise every time, no matter the difficulty. In times of struggle, motivation becomes your lifeline. It is the voice within that says, "You are not done yet. You are not finished. Keep fighting. The battle is not over." The true warrior finds motivation not in comfort, but in challenge. They embrace the struggle, knowing that it is through hardship that true growth occurs. 5. Build momentum. Through small wins. Motivation is a snowball. When you are struggling to find motivation, the key is to start small. You don't have to conquer the world in a day. Focus on the small wins, the small steps that lead you toward your larger goal. As you begin to achieve small victories, your momentum will build, and your motivation will increase. Self-motivation is like a snowball. It starts small, but as you continue to roll it forward, it gathers strength, energy, and speed. The more you achieve, the more you believe in yourself, and the more you are motivated to continue the journey. Set small, achievable goals for yourself every day. Celebrate each win, no matter how small. This creates a feedback loop of success. As you achieve these smaller goals, you will build the confidence and momentum to tackle the larger ones. Remember, warrior, every small victory is a victory for your spirit. It shows you that you are capable, that you are strong, and that you are moving closer to your ultimate goal. 6. Cultivate self-discipline, the power of doing what needs to be done. Self-motivation is not enough without the discipline to act. You can have the strongest motivation in the world, but without the discipline to follow through on that motivation, it will remain unfulfilled potential. Motivation gives you the energy to take action, but it is discipline that ensures you keep going. Discipline and motivation go hand in hand. Motivation will get you started, but discipline will carry you through the difficult moments when your motivation starts to wane. Discipline is the constant companion of self-motivation, ensuring that the fire you ignite with motivation burns steadily, even in the toughest times. Self-discipline is the muscle that you build through consistent effort. It's the practice of showing up, even when you don't feel like it. It's the willingness to do what needs to be done, even when the world tells you to rest. And the more you practice discipline, the easier it becomes to stay motivated, to push forward, and to achieve your goals. Self-motivation, the warrior's greatest weapon. Warrior, your journey is yours alone to walk. No one can walk it for you. But the power to move forward, the power to rise, the power to achieve, lies within you. Your greatest weapon is not external. It is the fire that burns inside of you. Self-motivation is the force that will carry you through the darkest times, the hardest battles, and the toughest challenges. You are the master of your destiny. The fire you need is already within you. It's time to light that fire and let it burn brighter than ever. Fuel it with your vision, feed it with discipline, and let it drive you to victory. Rise, warrior. Master self-motivation, and nothing will stand in your way. Weapon 5. Take action. The final victory. Warrior, you can possess all the knowledge, wisdom, and motivation in the world, but without the power of action, none of it matters. Action is the final weapon in your arsenal. It is the bridge between where you are and where you want to be. It is the tangible manifestation of your vision, your dreams, and your goals. Without action, your ideas remain dormant, your potential is untapped, and your path is nothing but a fantasy. Taking action is not just about moving forward. It is about transforming your thoughts into reality, about shaping the world with your decisions and your effort. Action is the ultimate test of your discipline, your drive, and your commitment. If you fail to act, you fail to live. But action doesn't come easily. It requires bravery, it requires focus, and it requires the will to face uncertainty. Many warriors falter here, believing that they must wait for the perfect moment or the perfect conditions. But this is the lie that keeps them stuck. The perfect moment does not exist. The only moment you have is now. You must act in the face of uncertainty, and that is where true power lies. Let's break down why action is not just important. It is the key to your transformation and ultimate victory. 1. Action is the fuel that powers your dreams. A dream without action is like a fire without fuel. It will burn brightly for a moment, but then it will fizzle out. No matter how powerful your vision or how strong your motivation, without action, your dreams will remain nothing but a distant thought. It is action that fuels your progress, that turns your desires into tangible results. Taking action brings your dreams into the physical realm. Every step you take, every effort you put in, adds fuel to the fire of your success. When you act, you are telling the universe, I believe in my vision. I am committed to making it real. And with each action, the world begins to shift. Opportunities open, and momentum builds. Action is not just a means to an end. It is the end. It's the process. It's the victory. As you continue to act, you are not just moving toward your goal, you are becoming the person capable of achieving it. Each action strengthens you, sharpens you, and propels you forward. Without action, nothing changes. But with consistent, purposeful action, everything changes. 2. Overcome fear and uncertainty. Through action. Fear is the greatest enemy of progress. It whispers to you, convincing you that you are not ready, that you are not good enough, that you will fail. Fear is the force that holds you in place, telling you that the risk is too great, the reward too uncertain. But here's the truth, warrior. Fear is not something to avoid. It is something to act in spite of. The only way to conquer fear is through action. The longer you wait, the bigger the fear becomes. The more you hesitate, the more it controls you. But when you take action, fear loses its grip on you. You prove to yourself that you are capable, that you can handle whatever comes your way. Action doesn't eliminate fear. It diminishes it. Every step you take forward is a blow against the hold fear has over you. It's in the action that you discover your strength, your resilience, and your courage. The more you face your fear with action, the smaller it becomes. And eventually, it will have no power over you at all. Warrior, fear is not your enemy. It is your signal that you are on the verge of growth. The moment you feel afraid is the moment you need to act. That is where your greatest breakthroughs lie. 3. Consistent action builds momentum. The snowball effect. Think of action as a snowball. When you start rolling it, it's small and insignificant. But the more you push it forward, the bigger it gets. At first, you may feel like you're not making much progress, like your efforts are too small to matter. But the key is consistency. Momentum is built upon a series of small actions repeated day after day. Each small step you take, no matter how insignificant it may seem, compounds over time. Over time, your small actions will gather speed and strength, and you'll find yourself achieving more than you ever thought possible. This is the snowball effect in action. If you want to create momentum in your life, you must commit to consistent action. Even when it seems like the results are small or delayed, keep pushing forward. It's in the consistency that the power lies. Like a snowball, your actions will grow stronger with time. And soon, what once felt like a struggle will feel effortless. 4. Action creates clarity and learning. The power of experimentation. Action is not just about moving forward. It is about learning. When you take action, you discover what works and what doesn't. You learn about yourself, your strengths, and your weaknesses. You gather data about your environment, the people around you, and the strategies you're using. Too many warriors get caught up in the idea that they must have all the answers before they take a step. They wait for the right moment, the perfect plan, but all they end up doing is waiting. Action gives you clarity. It is through the doing that you find the answers, adjust your approach, and refine your path. When you take action, you're not just moving toward your goal. You are learning, adapting, and growing. Every failure is a lesson. Every success is a confirmation. And with every action, you grow more adept at navigating your journey. Warrior, don't fear making mistakes. Don't fear the unknown. Embrace action as your teacher. Every step you take brings you closer to the truth of what works and what doesn't. Through this process, you will refine your strategy and become stronger, more confident, and more capable of achieving your ultimate victory. 5. Action is the ultimate test of commitment. Are you willing to pay the price? When you take action, you are making a commitment, not just to your goal, but to yourself. Action is the litmus test of your true desire and your level of commitment. You can say all the right things, you can dream and plan, but the moment you take action is the moment you show the world and yourself just how committed you are. Warrior, your dreams are not free. The price for greatness is high, but every time you take action, you pay that price. Every action is a step toward honoring your commitment to your vision, your goals, and your purpose. If you are unwilling to take action, you are unwilling to pay the price for the life you want. The warrior understands that the journey is not easy, but it is worth it. They pay the price every day, knowing that their commitment is what will see them through to victory. 6. Action brings results, from vision to reality. In the end, action is what transforms your vision into reality. You can dream of success, of wealth, of power, of greatness, but without action, those dreams will remain just that, dreams. Action is what turns dreams into results. It is the missing link between your vision and your victory. Taking action is not a one-time decision. It is a lifestyle. It is the willingness to wake up every day and do what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel. The warrior who wins the battle is the warrior who acts, the warrior who shows up every day, who takes each step, who never gives up. The road will not be easy, the obstacles will be great, and there will be times when you want to stop. But it is in those moments that you must remind yourself that action is the key. Your dreams are waiting for you on the other side of your effort, and the only way to reach them is to keep moving forward. The final victory. Action is your sword. Warrior, all of your knowledge, motivation, and discipline are worthless if you do not take action. Action is your sword, your weapon in the fight for your future. It is the only way to claim your victory. And the moment you take that first step, the moment you commit to action, you set in motion a force that will carry you to your goals. The battle is not won in your mind. It is won in your actions. Take action, warrior, and let the world see the power that lies within you. Thank you, warriors, for joining us today. To those of you who have been with us on this journey, your commitment, your discipline, your relentless pursuit of greatness, you are the true embodiment of the grim-faced spirit. Every time you step into battle, you show the world what it means to rise above, to face your fears, and to take control of your destiny. You are the ones who will carve a path where others see only obstacles. And for that, we salute you. To those of you new to the Grim-Face movement, welcome. You've just begun the most transformative journey of your life. The battle is fierce, the road will be tough, but the rewards are worth every ounce of effort you put in. You have the power to shape your future, to master your mind, and to live a life others only dream of. But it starts with a choice to act, a choice to rise. If you're ready to unlock your full potential, if you're ready to embrace the warrior's mindset, then hit that subscribe button. Join the Grim-Face movement and become part of a community that believes in power, strength, and discipline. This is where true transformation happens. This is where your journey begins. Stay focused. Stay relentless. Grim-faced warriors, rise up and claim what's yours. Every morning, the battlefield awaits you. It doesn't care how you slept. It doesn't care if you're tired. It doesn't care if you're scared. The battlefield only has one rule: adapt or die. This is not a game. This is war. And war is not won by wishful thinking. It's won by warriors, those who are willing to stand when others retreat, those who move when others freeze, those who build while others break. In this world, your fate is not written by luck or divine intervention. It's carved by your choices, your habits, your weapons. You want money to flow to you? Then stop asking. Stop begging. Stop waiting. You must become the kind of person money chases. Let the weak wait for breakthroughs. You forge them. Let the masses pray for luck. You craft skill. Let the cowards look for easy paths. You take the hard road, because only that road leads to power. The war begins with a simple truth. Skills are your weapons, not dreams, not affirmations, not potential. Skill, raw, undeniable, ruthless skill. This is what separates the kings from the corpses. And skills must be earned through repetition, through challenge, through obsession. You don't rise by doing what's easy. You rise by solving real problems. Look around. There's chaos everywhere. People drowning in confusion, frustration, inefficiency, and they will pay handsomely for a solution. Your job? Become the one who holds the answers. Learn. Building adapt. Master. Whether it's your hands or your mind, your voice or your vision, refine it until it cuts through noise like a blade through flesh. Become so skilled at what you do, they have no choice but to come to you. And when you solve their pain, money follows like a shadow. But a sharp sword means nothing if you don't control the battlefield. And your battlefield is your money. Take command. Every dollar that leaves your hand must be a soldier marching to a purpose. You do not throw troops into the wind. You deploy them with precision. Most people treat money like water. It leaks, it spills, it disappears. Not you. You track every dollar. You know where your money goes, what it fights for, and how it multiplies. You don't let your income vanish into vices and comfort. You aim it like a sniper shot, toward assets, toward knowledge, toward your legacy. You budget not because you're poor, but because you're a tactician. You build reserves not out of fear, but because a general knows the cost of war. And when others collapse from surprise attacks, unexpected bills, broken cars, job loss, you will still stand, prepared, armed, ready. And to gain this edge, you must rise before the sun. A warrior does not snooze the call to arms. A warrior does not crawl out of bed like a prisoner. A warrior wakes with fire. Before the world screams for your attention, before texts, emails, noise, there is silence. Sacred, strategic. Use it. You train in the dark so you can dominate in the light. In the early hours, you sharpen your mind, your plans, your focus. You journal your intentions. You execute your disciplines. You become a ghost moving ahead while others still sleep. This is when your empire is built, not when the market opens, but when the world still sleeps and you've already taken the first hill. But all the planning means nothing if the soldier is weak inside. And so your greatest duty is to work harder on yourself than on your income. Let this be clear. Money is not your God. It is your mirror. It reflects what you are. If you are undisciplined, you will bleed money. If you are weak, you will chase what you should be attracting. If you are shallow, your wealth will be an illusion, empty and ready to crumble. So you forge the inner weapon, your mind, your will, your focus. You train your thoughts the way a warrior trains a sword. You cut away self-doubt, victimhood, and fear. You build a fortress inside yourself, brick by brick, through reading, through reflection, through sacrifice. You invest in mentors, courses, books, not because it's trendy, but because the knowledge becomes steel in your hands. You grow stronger with each truth you uncover. You shed your old skin with each uncomfortable realization. You don't chase confidence. You earn it through conquest. And when the world tests you, because it will, you will not bend. You will rise. You will adapt. You will conquer. But personal growth alone isn't enough. A warrior must also invest wisely. Every coin you earn is a weapon, and a fool wastes it on glitter and distraction. A warrior multiplies it through investments, through skills, through assets that appreciate, not just entertain. Invest in your health, because a sick warrior dies early. Invest in your network, because a lone wolf starves when the hunt goes wrong. Invest in tools, systems, knowledge, and let every dollar you deploy come back with recruits. You don't invest emotionally. You invest strategically. You move with logic, with foresight, with patience. You study your targets. You calculate the terrain. You do not gamble. You strike with precision. This is how empires rise, brick by brick, asset by asset, discipline by discipline. And every great warrior tracks the war. Relentless daily focus. This is your next command. Not monthly. Not when you feel like it. Daily. Every day you check your progress. Every day you log your wins, your losses, your spending, your income. You don't drift. You dominate. You don't guess. You know. Numbers don't lie. Patterns don't lie. You treat your finances like a battlefield. Would a general walk into a war with no map, no plan, no intel? Then why are you living like that? Track. Every move. And here's the most overlooked edge of all. Learn from the rich and do what they do. You think they got lucky? No. They mastered the code. They leverage. They scale. They delegate. They buy time and build systems. They think in decades, not days. They read more than they post. They buy assets while the sheep buy liabilities. They don't chase paychecks. They build engines. They don't spend emotionally. They invest ruthlessly. So study them. Copy their models. Reverse engineer their empires. And then take it a step further. Add your edge, your grit, your pain, your story. Because one more principle separates the rich from the forgotten. Give more value than anyone expects. Deliver so much value that people feel guilty underpaying you. Over-deliver. Outwork. Outshine. Make your name impossible to forget. Be the one who does more, who solves more, who shows up earlier, leaves later, and crushes expectations into dust. You do this not for applause, but for dominance. Because when you give more than expected, the world opens its doors. People remember you. They recommend you. They rely on you. And your reputation becomes armor that no one can pierce. But don't stop there. Create something people need and will pay for. Your skills are powerful. But if you channel them into something people crave, you'll create your own economy. You'll no longer chase opportunity. You become the opportunity. Don't waste time building for everyone. Build for someone. Solve a specific pain. Serve a specific tribe. And serve them well. Give them tools, services, systems, products that help them win. If you do that, Your path becomes unstoppable. And lastly, warrior. Push yourself daily to earn and grow more. This isn't about chasing numbers. It's about becoming more. Every single day. You don't stop just because you're tired. You don't pause because you're ahead. You push because warriors must evolve. You lift heavier, think deeper, focus harder, invest smarter. You act even when you don't feel like it, because that is what separates the elite from the average. You don't settle. You don't coast. You hunt. You push every day, because growth is oxygen. You push every day, because the world won't stop. You push every day, because warriors don't wait for fate. They forge it. Lesson 1. Forge the weapon. Master one valuable skill. Skill. Raw, undeniable, ruthless skill. This is what separates the kings from the corpses. Objective. Choose one real-world skill that solves a specific problem and commit to mastering it with warrior-level discipline. Why this matters. In the world of warriors, your blade is your skill. You don't bring a butter knife to a battlefield. You forge steel that cuts through chaos. Most people scatter their focus across a dozen half-baked talents and wonder why no one values them. But the warrior goes deep. The warrior becomes dangerous with one tool, one mastery, one edge. The marketplace does not reward dabblers. It rewards dominators. Pick your lane, sharpen your blade, become the one they call when the stakes are high and failure is not an option. Implementation. 1. Identify a real-world problem. Look around you. What frustrates people? What's broken in your industry? What do people complain about in forums, on social media, or in conversation? Find the gap, the pain that needs solving. 2. Choose a skill that solves that problem. Your skill must fix something. Marketing, negotiation, video editing, electrical repair, coding, closing sales, fitness coaching. Whatever it is, make sure it solves a pain point people will pay to end. 3rd block, 90 minutes per day for skill mastery. Create a non-negotiable time slot every single day for learning and practicing. No distractions, no excuses. Study during that block. Practice during that block. Reflect and refine. 4. Follow a warrior-level training path. Don't just kinda learn. Find the best books, mentors, courses, and real-world projects. Your goal is not to know. Your goal is to do. Test yourself weekly. Simulate real-world use. Turn theory into muscle memory. 5th set weekly mini-challenges. Each week, create a challenge to push your skill into discomfort. If you're learning sales, record mock pitches. If it's writing, publish an article. If it's design, build something from scratch. Fight resistance with output. Battle-tested tips. Kill the shiny object syndrome. Every time you switch skills, you reset the clock on mastery. Stick to your path until you own it. Create proof of your weapon. Build a portfolio, a body of work, or a results log that shows what you can do. Turn feedback into fuel. Don't get defensive when you're corrected. That's iron sharpening iron. Use it. Commandment of the lesson. Do not wait to become valuable. Become valuable by building the weapon. You want freedom? Then earn it. You want respect? Then forge it. You want wealth? Then solve what others can't. The world does not pay you for effort. It pays you for impact. Forge the weapon, master it, and wield it without mercy. Lesson 2. Control the battlefield. Take command of your finances. Every dollar that leaves your hand must be a soldier marching to a purpose. Objective. Gain complete control and clarity over your financial life. No more leaks, no more mystery. Every dollar must be tracked, directed and disciplined with the precision of a battlefield general. Why this matters. The average man is a slave to his money, not because he doesn't earn enough, but because he doesn't command it. A warrior without control over his resources is a warrior destined for collapse. You can have all the ambition in the world, but if your money leaks out through distractions, addictions, and disorganization, you've already lost the war. Control over your money is control over your time, your options, your future. When you track every dollar, you stop hoping for wealth and start building it. Most people never get rich not because they don't work hard, but because their money works against them, not for them. Implementation. 1. Audit the battlefield. Start with a 30-day personal spending audit. Track everything. Rent, food, coffee, apps, subscriptions, vices. Write it all down. Use a spreadsheet, app, or journal. This is recon, intel on your financial weaknesses. 2. Categorize weapons versus wounds. Break every expense into 2 categories. Weapons. Expenses that help you earn, grow, or protect your future. Education, gear, training, savings, investments. Wounds. Expenses that drain you, distract you, or delay your goals. Impulse buys, streaming subscriptions, luxury dopamine hits. Be honest. Most people lie to themselves to protect their comfort. Warriors seek truth, even when it hurts. 3. Create a war budget. Your budget is not a restriction, it's a war map. It tells your troops, dollars, where to go. Every month, give each dollar a mission. X% goes to savings, investing. 10% to essential needs. 10% to growth and self-development. X% to discretionary spending. Keep it tight. 4th, track daily. This is where most people fail. They set a budget and never look at it again. You are not most people. You will track your spending daily. Every night, log what you spent. Review it weekly. Adjust. Refine. Adapt. Money left unmonitored is money lost in the fog of war. 5. Set financial checkpoints. Create 30, 90, and 180-day financial goals. How much will you save? What debts will you reduce? What investment will you start? What income stream will you build? These are your banners in the sand. Each one marks territory you've claimed. Each one is non-negotiable. Battle-tested tips. Cut without emotion. If it doesn't serve your mission, eliminate it. Comfort is the enemy. Starve it. Name your savings goals. Don't just save. Save for your freedom fund, your investment fund, your legacy. Give your goals meaning. Never go blind. If you can't answer, where did your last $100 go? You are not in command. Commandment of the lesson. Every dollar is a soldier. Every purchase is a battle. Every decision is a declaration of war or surrender. You don't drift into wealth. You command it. You don't get out of debt by accident. You strategize your way out. And you don't build a future by hoping it all works out. You take control. You cut waste. You lead from the front. Your finances are not just numbers. They are the blueprint to your freedom or the trap that keeps you chained. So grab your war map, sharpen your discipline, and control the battlefield. Lesson 3. Rise before the world. Command your morning. Before the world screams for your attention, there is silence. Sacred, strategic objective. Take control of your mornings to sharpen your focus, build your momentum, and dominate the day before it even begins. Use the quiet hours before dawn to train, plan, and execute while the rest of the world sleeps in weakness. Why this matters. Your mornings are not just a time of day. They are a weapon. The average person drags themselves out of bed already behind, already reactive, already lost. But the warrior does not begin the day in defense. The warrior starts with intention, with aggression, with clarity. What you do before 8 a.m. will determine what kind of empire you build by 8 p.m. The early hours are sacred ground. No distractions, no noise, no obligations pulling you away from your vision. This is when you build the body, the mind, and the map for war. Success doesn't come to those who wait. It comes to those who rise. Implementation. 1. Wake up. 90 minutes earlier than you do now. No compromise. No snooze button. You are not soft. Set your alarm and rise with purpose. If you currently wake at 7 a.m., your new wake-up time is 5:30 a.m. This is your edge. 2. Build a warrior's morning ritual. Structure is power. Chaos is death. Your morning routine must serve your highest goals. 10 minutes. Mental fortification. Sit in silence. Meditate. Breathe. Journal. Set your intentions. Clear your mental battlefield. Your mind must be clean before you draw your first sword. 20 minutes. Physical activation. Move your body. Stretch. Do body weight exercises. Go for a walk. Train. Your body is your armor. Don't let it rust. Sweat early. Think clearly. 30 minutes. Skill sharpening. Read. Study. Practice your craft. Review notes from the day before. This is when you level up. When the rest of the world is still drooling into pillows, you're forging mental dominance. 30 minutes. Strategic planning. Review your financial goals. Look at your calendar. Plan your top 3 priorities for the day. Don't let the day happen to you. You command the day. 3. Prepare the night before. Victory begins the night before. Lay out your clothes. Prepare your journal. Set up your training space. Cut screen time 1 hour before sleep. Set yourself up to win before the sun ever rises. 4. Use alarms for war, not weakness. Your alarm is not your enemy. It's the war horn. When it goes off, you rise. Not in negotiation, not in delay, immediately. Because every time you delay rising, you lose time. And lost time is lost territory. 5. Build the ritual. Protect the ritual. This is not a one-day challenge. This is your foundation. You don't negotiate with your rituals. You protect them. Your morning is your sanctuary. If you lose your morning, you lose the war. Battle-tested tips. Track your wake time for 30 days. Every day you rise early. Log it. This builds accountability. No gaps. No, I'll start tomorrow. Eliminate late-night traps. TikTok, Netflix, texting. These things steal your edge. Replace them with a pre-sleep ritual. Reading, gratitude, planning. Stack your wins. One clean morning fuels the next. Win your morning equals build unstoppable momentum. Commandment of the lesson. If you wake up reactive, you live a life of retreat. If you wake up intentional, you go to war with precision. Every morning you rise early, you prove something to yourself. You are not the average. You are not the herd. You are not waiting for life to get better. You are taking it by the throat. Every minute before sunrise is yours. Your weapon, your time, your advantage. So rise, warrior. While they dream, you build. While they snooze, you sharpen. While they waste, you dominate. Lesson 4. Build the inner fortress. Develop relentless self-discipline. If your habits are garbage, your empire will rot from the inside. Objective. Forge an internal world of unshakable focus, consistency, and mental resilience. Discipline is not a motivational quote. It is the invisible force that either builds your empire or ensures your destruction. Why this matters. Your greatest threat is not out there. It's within you. Your enemy is the voice that says, "You've done enough." The one that whispers, "Take the day off." The one that makes soft choices and calls it self-care. That voice is subtle, seductive, and lethal. You don't lose the war overnight. You lose it in the micro decisions. Every time you choose comfort over commitment. Every time you break a promise to yourself. Your habits are the architecture of your destiny. And if those bricks are cracked, everything collapses. Your health, your money, your reputation, your identity. A warrior doesn't wait for discipline to show up. A warrior builds it, layer by layer, cut by cut, until the mind becomes a fortress, and weakness can no longer breach the gate. Implementation. 1. Choose 3 core discipline habits. These are your daily, non-negotiable actions. Start small, but make them consistent. Examples. Cold shower every morning. Read 10 pages of a personal growth book. No sugar or processed food. Journal nightly before sleep. Complete one difficult task before 9 a.m. You don't skip these. You don't debate them. They become law. 2. Identify one destructive habit and eliminate it ruthlessly. Do you binge watch late at night? Scroll endlessly through social media? Smoke, drink, or eat out of boredom? Pick the one that bleeds your momentum the most and wage war against it. Replace it with something that sharpens you. A workout, a book, cold water, silence. When you remove weakness, you make room for power. 3. Create the warrior ledger. Get a journal or notebook. Call it your warrior ledger. Each day track. Wake up time. Did you complete your 3 daily habits? Did you eliminate the destructive habit? Did you push yourself? Final grade, win or loss. You're not tracking for perfection. You're tracking for accountability. 4. Weekly self-review. Brutal honesty required. Once a week, sit down and review the ledger. Ask, where did I break? What distracted me? What triggered old habits? What will I correct next week? This is how warriors stay sharp. Reflection is the whetstone of discipline. Set a 30-day discipline challenge. For 30 days, execute your habits like your life depends on it. Because it does. Don't negotiate. Don't miss. Don't justify. Track every day. Win or lose. This is your crucible. Battle-tested tips. Don't stack too much at once. Discipline is not about doing 100 things. It's about doing 3 things every single day until you can't live without them. Ritualize. Don't improvise. Habits that are left to chance will fail. Put them on your calendar. Tie them to existing routines. Use pain as power. Every time you slip, don't shame yourself. Study the failure. Use it. Let the sting fuel your resolve. Commandment of the lesson. You don't rise to your goals. You fall to your discipline. The body may grow tired. The world may get loud. The odds may look impossible. But discipline is what keeps the blade sharp. Even in the storm. It is your code, your structure, your steel backbone when the fire burns out and motivation is dead. Discipline means doing what must be done, especially when you don't feel like it. Because feelings lie, comfort kills, and discipline liberates. You want to be different? Then act different. Build the inner fortress, and nothing outside can bring you down. Lesson 5. Deliver value and push daily. Become the one they can't ignore. Over-deliver. Outwork. Outshine. Objective. Commit to giving more value than anyone expects. Every day. Combine that with relentless personal growth and output. and you become impossible to ignore, indispensable in the marketplace, and unstoppable in your mission. Why this matters. The world doesn't pay you for effort. It pays you for impact. You can work hard, you can hustle, but if you're not delivering value, real, measurable, life-changing value, you will always be replaceable, always be ignored, always be underpaid and overlooked. But the warrior gives more. The warrior doesn't just hit targets, he annihilates them. He doesn't wait for orders, he creates outcomes. He becomes so effective, so valuable, so consistent that people must take notice. In this world, there's a massive shortage of people who do what they say, who show up early, who deliver more than expected, who push themselves beyond their limits without needing applause. You become a force by merging two disciplines: extreme value creation, daily relentless growth, implementation. 1. Define your value weapon. What problem do you solve better than 99% of people around you? If you don't know yet, your first task is discovery. If you do know, your next task is refinement. Create a value statement. I help this person, chart group, achieve this result by doing this solution. Examples. I help small business owners attract customers by creating high-converting ads. I help busy professionals lose 10 pounds in 60 days through minimalist meal prep coaching. Your value must be clear, simple, outcome-driven. This becomes your mission. 2. Deliver 10 times the value you're paid for. In every transaction, go beyond. If you're an employee, outperform your job description. If you're a freelancer, add bonuses, insights, extra touches. If you run a business, create customer experiences they rave about. Examples. Add extra resources without being asked. Follow up faster than expected. Anticipate problems before they arise. You're not doing this to burn yourself out. You're doing this to build leverage. Because when you give value consistently, you build reputation equity. And that is currency far more powerful than money. 3. Create a daily growth system. Every day, push forward in 3 areas: mind, read, study, analyze. 1 new concept per day. Skill, practice and refine. 1 hour per day minimum. Output, build or create something real. Content, product, pitch, solution. This is how you become rare. Most people learn, but never apply. Most people talk, but never build. You push, daily, without exception. 4th, track your daily output. Use your warrior ledger or a simple journal. Ask, did I create something today that added value? Did I push past comfort today? Did I improve 1 inch? Small gains daily become legendary results over time. 5. Get feedback, then apply it ruthlessly. Don't fear critique. Seek it. Ask those you serve. How can I improve? What's one thing I could do better? What didn't meet your expectations? Most people avoid this. That's why they stay average. But the warrior? He refines his edge constantly. No ego, no defensiveness, just raw improvement. Battle-tested tips. Operate like your reputation is your resume. Every client, every project, every interaction. Treat it like it will be reviewed by your future self 10 years from now. Never just meet expectations. Always ask, what's one way I can make this more impactful? Over-delivering builds loyalty. When you make people's lives easier, better, more powerful, they return, they refer, they support your rise. Commandment of the lesson. You become valuable by making others stronger. You become wealthy by solving real problems. You become a legend by showing up and delivering more than anyone ever expected. This is not about being a doormat. This is about dominance. You give more not to be liked, but to build a moat no one can cross. You deliver more to leave no doubt. You push yourself daily, not because someone is watching, but because you are becoming unstoppable. This world pays those who execute. So rise, deliver, building push, and become the one they never forget. What you are about to hear is not encouragement. It is not comfort. It is not gentle guidance. This is war. A war against the weakest parts of yourself. A war against the assumptions that have kept you crawling through life like a beggar, instead of building like a king. Because here's the truth. Your life bends to your assumptions. What you expect, you create. Not by magic, but by motion. When you assume failure, you shrink. When you assume betrayal, you pull back. When you assume the world is against you, it obeys. Because your mind is a furnace, and your dominant thoughts are the fuel. But what if you flip the switch? What if you trained your mind to assume victory? Not someday, not eventually. Now here, even when nothing makes sense, even when the silence is deafening, even when the scoreboard shows you're losing, this is not hope. This is engineering, mental warfare, spiritual dominance. Because the weak wait for proof, but the powerful, they move as if the door is already open, as if the battle is already won, as if the life they envision is already theirs. You must become that man, and to do that, you must kill the one you've been. There is no evolution without execution. There is no breakthrough without blood. You've been dipping your toes in greatness, testing the water, waiting for some sign. But this is your sign. Burn the bridge. Light the old version of yourself on fire, and let the ashes scatter. You do not rise while keeping your past self alive. You do not ascend while dragging your excuses with you. The comfort, the hesitation you call patience, kill it. Because you must decide how this ends. And the one thing that rewires everything is assumption. Assume that the outcome is locked in. Assume that the setbacks are sculpting you. Assume that this pain is perfect. Thomas Edison didn't see failure. He saw the blueprint forming. Henry Ford didn't beg for validation. He bet against the world and walked like it was already his. Carnegie, Schwab, men who moved as if doubt was a disease and certainty was the cure. And that's exactly what you need to inject into your bloodstream. Certainty. Not loud, not desperate. Cold, calm, commanding. When you believe, before you see, you win. Not just because belief feels good, but because belief directs focus. And focus sharpens action. Let me ask you something. What have you been assuming lately? Have you been assuming it won't work? That people will let you down? That this chapter will end the way the last one did? Then no wonder you're bleeding. No wonder you're stuck. Your subconscious is a soldier. It obeys without question. It takes your thoughts as law and carves them into your path. So when you say, nothing ever works, it nods and makes sure nothing ever does. But say this, everything is working for me. Say it again, louder, until it vibrates through your spine. Because once your subconscious believes it, the world must follow. Your behavior bends toward it. Your decisions align with it. Your presence commands it. This isn't about feeling good. This is about building fire. Discipline doesn't come from emotion. It comes from decision. Burn the plan B. Eliminate the lifelines. There is no safety net. You either rise or you remain. And when you burn that bridge, truly burn it, you unlock a version of yourself that's been waiting in the shadows. The one who doesn't fold under pressure. The one who doesn't explain himself. The one who doesn't shrink to make others comfortable. He's been watching. He's been silent. But he's ready. And you cannot do this alone. No warrior rises in a vacuum. You need a mastermind, a brotherhood, a force of minds aligned with the same clarity. No softness, no comfort chasers, only fire, only purpose, only men who speak with their chest and act without apology. Find them, or build them, one mind at a time, one mission, one shared refusal to stay small. And if they're not around you now, be it. Become the mind that magnetizes others. Because this world is starving for clarity, for conviction, for men who decide. So what will you assume from this point forward? That life is against you, or that everything is unfolding for you? That fear is real, or that faith has already won? This is the moment, not tomorrow. Now make the decision that burns your past behind you. Make the declaration that splits your future open. Assume the throne. Walk as if the crown is already yours. And never speak like a peasant again. Because the warrior doesn't need proof. He moves like the proof already exists. And eventually, the world bows in agreement. Lesson 1. Control the assumption. Command the outcome. Core truth. Your life does not bend to your potential. It bends to your assumptions. And right now, whether you're aware of it or not, you are carrying assumptions that are building your prison or forging your path to power. The world isn't responding to your goals. It's responding to your expectations. Let that sink in. Most people assume they'll fail, so they hesitate. Most people assume they'll be rejected, so they don't speak up. Most people assume life is against them, and so it is. Not because of some mystical force, but because focus follows assumption. Action follows focus, and results follow action. The assumptions you rehearse become the laws you live under. So the first lesson on this path is simple. You must take full control of your inner assumptions before anything else changes. This is your operating system, your hidden programming, and every outcome in your life is running on the code you wrote. What happens when you shift the assumption? Assume things never work out for you, and you will subconsciously sabotage. Assume people are out to get you, and you will resist alliances. Assume the process is failing, and you'll quit before the breakthrough. Now flip it. Assume everything is working for you, and suddenly, pain becomes preparation. Delay becomes divine timing. Chaos becomes construction. This isn't delusion. This is conscious command. This is mental warfare with the soft programming that's kept you broke, small, or silent. Step by step, install the assumption of power. Step 1. Morning mirror drill. Every single morning, before the phone, before the doubt, stand in front of a mirror, look yourself in the eye, and declare, everything is working out for me. Say it again. Say it like a man who believes it. Say it until the voice that once doubted goes quiet. This is not a chant. It's a command. You're telling your subconscious, this is the reality now. Build accordingly. Step 2. The 5-day assumption audit. Grab a notebook. Carry it everywhere for the next 5 days. Every time a negative thought enters your mind, write it down. Then ask this: what assumption created this thought? You'll start to see the patterns, the hidden scripts you've been obeying. And once you expose them, you strip them of their power. Now, For each negative assumption, write a replacement. Example: old assumption, I always mess things up. New command, I execute with power, even under pressure. You must write them as if they're already true. That's the key. Step 3. Behavioral alignment practice. Each night, reflect and write down one moment where you acted in alignment with your new assumptions. One moment where you defaulted to the old programming. This builds self-awareness and puts a spotlight on your mental blueprint. And here's the truth most never hear. You can't think your way into a new identity. You must act your way into one. So this final reflection is where your mental rehearsal begins to shape your muscle memory. Your daily affirmation mantra. Repeat daily. I assume power. I assume victory. I assume the struggle is shaping me. I move like the outcome is locked in. My assumptions create my world, and I only assume dominance. Why this lesson matters. If you don't take control of your assumptions, someone else will. Society, your past, your failures, your fears. They will all whisper scripts into your mind. And if you're not the author, you're just an actor in someone else's play. But when you write the script, when you forge the belief, and when you act like it's already happening, the world doesn't stand a chance. It must follow. Lesson 2. Burn the bridge. Kill the old identity. Core truth. You cannot become a new version of yourself while keeping the old one alive. You cannot carry power with one hand while dragging weakness with the other. You do not transform by tweaking. You transform by eliminating. There is no evolution without execution, no rebirth without a burial. The world has lied to you. It told you that you could change gradually, that you could ease your way into a better life, that you could become powerful while still making excuses for your past. But here's the raw truth. As long as the old you has a voice, a shelter, or a way back in, he will always return. So your job now is to make his return impossible. Why burning the bridge? Matters. This isn't poetry. This is strategy. When you burn the bridge, you activate a part of the mind that most men never access. The must. The no other option. The do or die. You see, a man with a plan B never commits fully to plan A. He always holds something back. And that sliver of hesitation is the leak that sinks his entire ship. Think about every version of your past self that failed. The one who justified laziness. The one who said, later. The one who blamed everything but himself. That man can't come with you. He must be exiled. Because if he stays, you stay stuck. Step by step, burn the bridge and kill the old self. Step 1. Identify the survival mechanisms. Grab a journal and answer these. What behaviors do I use as escape routes? Scrolling, overthinking, procrastination, bad habits. What do I always say to justify quitting? Maybe it's not the right time. I need more clarity. It's not that bad. What part of me am I secretly still protecting? The lazy one? The scared one? The one who wants approval? This is your enemy profile. You can't destroy what you haven't identified. Step 2. Destroy the artifact. Now, choose one object that represents the old you. It could be a journal, a piece of clothing, a number in your phone, a playlist, even a location. Destroy it. Physically. Throw it in the fire. Shatter it. Delete it. Tear it apart. Do not keep souvenirs of your suffering. Do not leave breadcrumbs back to mediocrity. You are not editing your story. You are rewriting it from scratch. Step 3. Close the escape routes. Look around your life and make these cuts. Remove 3 distractions that always lead you backward. Block or unfollow 3 people who represent your old mindset. Delete 3 apps, accounts, or tabs that seduce you back into weakness. Every open door is an invitation to retreat. Lock them. Weld them shut. Leave no path but forward. Step 4. Write and declare the death sentence. Write a death sentence for the man you used to be. Speak it aloud. Bury him with words. The man who hesitated is dead. The man who chased comfort is buried. The version of me that flinched has no place in this life. I move forward alone, without compromise, without retreat, because I have burned the bridge, and I do not go back. Post it on your wall. Make it your screensaver. Recite it every time the old habits try to sneak in. Your mantra of execution. Repeat daily. I do not negotiate with the past. I do not revisit what I've buried. I walk like the bridge behind me has been turned to ash. There is no retreat. There is only execution. And I am the weapon, forged in fire. Why most men fail. This step, they try to ease into change. They say they're trying to improve, while still giving oxygen to their old identity. That doesn't work here. In this world, hesitation is betrayal, and half measures kill transformation. You want to evolve? Then make it impossible to go back. Because the moment you remove the option of quitting, you create the requirement to win. Lesson 3. Reprogram your identity through repetition. Core truth. You don't rise to your dreams. You fall to your identity. And identity is not who you wish you were. It's who you rehearse being. You can chase new goals, buy new books, build vision boards, and set midnight resolutions. But if the voice in your head still whispers the same doubts, if your subconscious still sees you as weak, unsure, or undeserving, then no amount of effort will override the programming. This is the brutal reality most people run from. You are not fighting your circumstances. You are fighting your subconscious script. Until you rewire the operating system underneath it all, your actions will always self-destruct the moment pressure shows up. Why? Repetition is power. The mind doesn't respond to what's true. It responds to what is repeated. This is why you can know you're capable and still feel like a fraud. It's why you can see progress, but still expect failure. Because beneath all the effort and ambition, you've rehearsed the identity of someone who loses. And that identity, it doesn't break by chance. It breaks through deliberate daily repetition of who you choose to become. The formula for reprogramming: thought, speech, action, identity. Identity is a loop, and every loop starts with a thought. A thought becomes a phrase. That phrase becomes a decision. That decision becomes your default behavior. And when repeated long enough, it becomes who you are. So if you want to change your life, you must become ruthless about what enters this loop. You must feed it new scripts, not once, not when you feel inspired, daily, without fail, without compromise. Step by step, build a new identity through mental repetition. Step 1, script the man you're becoming. Craft a short identity script. No fluff, no fantasy. Write a 3 to 5 sentence declaration of the version of you that is non-negotiable. I am a man of execution. I move with discipline, not emotion. I speak with certainty and follow through without hesitation. I do not negotiate with weakness. I am becoming the one they never saw coming. This becomes your daily creed, your new operating system. Step 2, speak it aloud. Every morning, every night. When you speak it, you program it. Say it standing up, shoulders square, eyes open. Say it until your nervous system believes it. Say it even when you don't feel like it, especially then. Because repetition when it's easy is performance. Repetition when it's hard is reprogramming. And that's where the war is won. Step 3. Visualize yourself following through. After you speak, see yourself executing. Not someday. Now visualize yourself walking with command, staring down your work, crushing resistance, choosing action over comfort, again and again. Your subconscious cannot distinguish between imagined and lived experience. So show it what power looks like. Every day. Step 4. Stack evidence. Reinforce the loop. Every time you act like the man you're becoming, write it down. Woke up on time? Write it. Spoke with certainty in a meeting? Write it. Trained when you didn't feel like it? Write it. This becomes your proof vault. A log of evidence that says, this isn't theory. I am becoming that man. You are not building confidence. You are building certainty. Your daily identity reprogramming routine. Morning, 5 minutes. Stand and declare your identity aloud. Visualize yourself executing powerfully today. Feel the words. Burn them in. During the day, 1-minute micro habits. Any moment you feel weakness, pause, breathe. Repeat one phrase aloud. I do not flinch. I execute evening, 5 minutes. Reflect on one win that aligned with your new identity. Write it down. Speak it again. End the day with power. Why most men fail. This step. They wait for belief to arrive like a gift. They think confidence is supposed to feel good. But it doesn't. Not at first. Confidence comes after consistency. Identity comes after repetition. And if you only speak power when you feel powerful, you'll never get past your threshold. So what do? We rehearse. We repeat. Until your mind forgets who you used to be. Until the new you becomes inevitable. Mantra of identity reprogramming. Repeat daily. I speak as the man I'm becoming. I act before the proof. I reinforce the identity I have chosen. I am not a reaction. I am a command. And with every repetition, I become undeniable. Lesson 4. Build or find your mastermind. Core truth. No warrior rises alone. Discipline may be forged in solitude, but acceleration is born in alignment. If your mission is to build something unstoppable, you must align your mind with others who are just as dangerous. Men who don't flinch at hard truths. Men who don't beg for motivation. Men who don't just want power, they live it. This is the 4th law of ascension. Environment dictates evolution. You are not above influence. Your thoughts, your ambition, your standards, they are all being shaped by the people around you, whether you admit it or not. Why the mastermind is power. The mastermind isn't just a group. It's a mental forge. It's a convergence of aligned minds, burning toward the same purpose, sharpening each other through pressure. And here's what separates winners from wanderers. Wanderers keep soft company. Warriors engineer their alliances. Do not mistake comfort for compatibility. Do not confuse proximity with power. You may like the people around you, but if they are not building you, they are breaking you. Your mind is too valuable to be diluted by cowardice, laziness, or excuses. What a mastermind does to you. It increases your standards, instantly. It exposes your blind spots. It multiplies your momentum. It removes the illusion that you're the only one pushing. In a real mastermind, you are watched. You are challenged. You are expected to rise. And if you don't have that pressure in your life right now, then you're leaving potential on the table. Step by step, build or join your mastermind. Step 1. Audit your circle. Make 3 lists. Builders, people who challenge you, raise your standards, speak power. Drifters, people who float, distract, mean well, but reinforce mediocrity. Bleeders, people who drain, gossip, complain, or question your purpose. Remove the bleeders immediately. Don't wait. Don't explain. You owe them nothing. Your mission matters more than their feelings. Limit the drifters. Minimize exposure. Respect their path, but don't walk it. Double down on the builders. Text them. Call them. Set meetings. These are the men who sharpen your sword. Step 2. Create the alliance. Start with one. Find one man aligned with your purpose. Meet weekly. Speak openly. Share your wins, your failures, your targets. No fluff, no lies, no ego. Set rules. Masterminds need structure. No victim talk. No apologies for ambition. No tolerance for softness. Declare your purpose. Each man must state his mission aloud, clearly, without hesitation. This is the spine of the mastermind. If a man can't speak it, he shouldn't sit at the table. Step 3. Create pressure. The mastermind isn't therapy. It's not a support group. It's a fire. Set weekly targets. Hold each other accountable. Call out hesitation. Celebrate follow-through. This is how steel is forged. Through heat, through resistance, through non-negotiable standards. Step 4. Speak the language of builders. Install the dialect of the mastermind into your own speech. Replace "I'll try" with "I will." Replace "we'll see" with "this is happening." Replace "maybe later" with "here's my deadline." Replace silence with strategy. Language is code. And if your words are weak, your mind will follow. Step 5. Be the fire. If you can't find the right circle, be it. Speak with clarity. Move with conviction. Execute without applause. The right men will be drawn to your fire. The wrong ones will run from the heat. Good. You are not here to build consensus. You are here to build an army of executioners. Your weekly mastermind ritual. Meet weekly. Non-negotiable. Set a time. Commit. No reschedules. No excuses. Each man shares one win from the past week. One target for the next. One challenge he needs sharpened on. Challenge each other. Where's the hesitation? Where's the softness? What must be eliminated? Leave with action. No theory. No feel-good talk. Just fire. Your mastermind mantra. Repeat aloud. I align with men of purpose. I do not tolerate weak minds. I protect my vision by guarding my circle. I am built by fire and sharpened by alignment. I rise because I do not rise alone. Why most men fail. This step. They confuse comfort with loyalty. They keep people in their life out of habit, not alignment. And they wonder why they keep regressing. But here, in Grimface, we live by one rule. If he does not feed the fire, he doesn't sit at the table. Lesson 5. Make the final decision and never look back. Core truth. There comes a moment in every warrior's journey when all roads collapse into one. One path, one purpose, one decision that severs all doubt and makes retreat impossible. And that's the 5th law of ascension. You must make a final decision, so absolute that the man you used to be cannot survive it. This is the line in the sand. This is where the war shifts. Not against your environment, not against your past, but against the part of you that still believes you can stay the same and somehow rise. You can't. You won't. You either decide fully or you drift forever. Why final decision is everything. You don't need more clarity. You don't need more motivation. You don't need a perfect strategy. What you need is a line you refuse to cross again. A vow burned so deep into your bones that even temptation can't pull you back. Every powerful man in history, Carnegie, Ford, Lincoln, Rockefeller, had this. Not a vague desire, not a list of goals, but a sentence, a chief aim so unshakable that every breath, thought, and action bent toward its completion. Until you decide with that level of finality, you will always waver. You will always pause when pressure rises, and you will always have one foot in the past. The cost of indecision. You waste time, you leak energy, you betray your future. Because a man without a final decision lives like a leaf in the wind, tossed by emotion, distracted by noise, tempted by every shortcut that promises ease over greatness. But the man with a final decision, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't explain, he executes, with no plan B, no backdoor, no delay. Step by step, make the final decision and never look back. Step 1, write your one-sentence purpose. Not 10 goals, not a vision board. One sentence. What must I build before my time is up? Who must I become? What must I finish, no matter what it costs? Write it like a vow, not a wish. I will build, and I will not rest until it is done. That sentence becomes your internal compass, your guiding law, your personal constitution. Step 2, burn the alternatives. If it's not aligned with your decision, eliminate it. Quit the half-committed projects. Cut off side hustles that distract. Stop entertaining paths that dilute your direction. Delete the distractions. Not next week. Now, because indecision feeds your weakness. And the longer you delay the cut, the more power you lose. Step 3, install the identity of a decided man. Your tone changes when you're decided. Your movement sharpens. Your presence becomes magnetic. So speak like it. Walk like it. Act like it. And every time fear whispers, "What if?" respond with violence. I said what is, not what if. Because the man who made the decision doesn't ask for permission. He doesn't wait for signs. He declares the outcome and moves. Step 4, cement it with a ritual. Symbolic action creates mental finality. Burn a journal from your past. Delete a file, account, or contact that tethers you to weakness. Tattoo the date. Post the vow. Create something that marks the line. This isn't for motivation, it's for memory. So when you're tested, you remember the moment you burned the bridge. Step 5, repeat the decision daily. Every morning, speak your chief aim aloud. I have made my decision. My path is locked in. My direction is not up for debate. I move forward without hesitation. I do not flinch. I do not fold. I finish. The more you repeat it, the more your subconscious aligns. And when your subconscious aligns, there is no force on earth that can stop you. Why most men fail. This step, they want freedom, but keep escape routes open. They want power, but refuse to sacrifice. They want greatness, but cling to balance. You can't have both. At some point, you must choose one identity to kill, because you cannot serve two minds. You cannot speak both faith and fear. You cannot move in two directions. One must die, one must dominate. And if you don't choose, life will choose for you. Your final decision mantra, repeat aloud. I have made the decision. There is no return. The bridge is burned. The path is locked. The mission is mine. I do not seek relief. I seek results. I do not pause. I pursue. I do not hope. I declare. I do not fold. I finish. To the warriors who've been here before, welcome back. You already know what this is. This isn't content. This isn't inspiration. This is war strategy for the mind. And you You are the few who don't flinch. You've been walking this path with fire in your chest, rewriting your programming, burning every bridge that led back to weakness. And because of that, you are no longer the same man who hit play weeks ago. You're sharper, colder, more decided, and we see you. To those who are new here, understand this isn't a place for comfort. This isn't a place for spectators. This is a movement for those ready to wage war on who they used to be. If this message spoke to the part of you that's been quiet for too long, if something inside you finally woke up, then subscribe. Right now. Not because we need numbers, but because you need accountability. You need the reminder that you're not alone in this war. And you need the fire that only this circle can bring. We are Grimface. We don't chase hype. We build power. One thought, one decision, one execution at a time. So subscribe, join the ranks. And remember, the world doesn't need more dreamers. It needs more decision makers. And we've already chosen who we are. Now it's your turn. Stay sharp, stay dangerous, and never look back. Success does not come to those who wait. It does not come to those who hesitate. It does not come to those who overthink or sit in silence, hoping for a spark. It comes to those who move. Now, not later, not tomorrow. Now, regardless of fear, regardless of doubt, regardless of whether the mood is right or the plan is perfect. While most are waiting, a few are working. While most are hoping, a few are executing. And in the cold space between thought and action, that's where the line is drawn. Between the ones who live and the ones who just exist. Your mind wants to wait. It wants safety. It wants predictability. But safety is a coffin, and predictability is a cage. You think waiting will make it easier. You think hesitation will bring clarity, but it never does. What it brings is rust, decay, regret. You are not confused. You are not uncertain. You are afraid, and that fear is a liar, because the truth is brutal, but pure. You either move or you rot. You either take action or you vanish into mediocrity. This world, it owes you nothing, and it is not waiting for you to get ready. So I'll ask you one question, a question that echoes in every moment of hesitation. Let's be clear. Every time you hesitate, you hand your power over to weakness. Every time you debate with yourself, you give comfort a vote, and comfort always votes for your downfall. There is no glory in waiting, no strength in overthinking, only erosion. The mind whispers, maybe later, maybe tomorrow, maybe when I feel better. But winners, they don't negotiate with emotions. They don't seek permission from their feelings. They don't ask for motivation. They command action, decision over emotion. That is the law of those who rise. You decide what you will do, then you do it. No second thoughts, no emotional input, no delay. Emotion is not your guide. It is your test. You wake up tired, you still move. You feel doubt, you still execute. You feel fear, you press forward anyway. The ones who win are not the ones who feel ready. They are the ones who move regardless of how they feel. And here's the truth. Hesitation is a lie. It disguises itself as logic, as caution, as strategy. But underneath it's fear, wearing a mask. You already know what needs to be done. You've always known. So stop lying to yourself. Stop pretending you need more time. Stop negotiating with weakness. Right now, pause this. Set a timer for 5 seconds. Do 10 push-up over. Right now. Feel that? That's who you really are. Not the voice that doubts, not the comfort that delays, but the fire that moves, that acts, that breaks the cycle. And the more you act fast, the quieter hesitation becomes, until it vanishes, because you killed it, with action. So from now on, when the decision is made, you move. Immediately. Every time. No debate. No delay. No emotion. Just war. And forward motion. Most people live as prisoners to their emotions. They only act when they feel like it. Only move when it's easy. Only show up when it's convenient. And that's why they fail. Because emotions are unstable. They lie. They shift. They betray you at the exact moment action is required. You can't build your future on a feeling. You need something stronger, something colder. You need discipline. Discipline over mood. That's the code. That's the dividing line between those who break through and those who break down. Because discipline doesn't care how you feel. Discipline doesn't wait for the weather to be right. Discipline doesn't take days off. It shows up. It executes. It finishes what it starts. Ask yourself, does a soldier wait until they feel like going to war? Does a surgeon hesitate because they're not in the mood to operate? Does a champion only train when they're inspired? No. They move regardless. And that's why they lead, while others follow. You must become that. You must be the type who moves before the mood. Because when you move first, the feelings follow. This is the secret most never learn. Action creates emotion, not the other way around. You don't wait to feel powerful. You act powerfully, and power follows. You don't wait to feel confident. You take the shot. And confidence is built through the doing. Move first. Feel later. Because waiting to feel right is the trap that keeps you exactly where you are. It is the chain that wraps itself around your potential. You think you need to feel good to take action? No. You need to take action to feel good. You think discipline is something you're born with? No. It's something you forge. In pain. In resistance. In the cold, early mornings when no one is watching. So here's the test. What will you do when you're tired? What will you do when you're uninspired? What will you do when everything in your body says stop? Because that is where your destiny is decided. Not when it's easy. Not when you feel like it. But when it's hell. And you keep moving anyway. So remember this. You are not ruled by emotion. You are ruled by decision. And the only feeling that matters is the one that comes after you win. But you don't get that feeling unless you move through the fire without it. Discipline. Over everything. Every time. At the core of every action is identity. You don't do what you do by accident. You do what you believe someone like you does. And that belief is everything. You think you're lazy? You'll act lazy. You think you always give up? You'll fold again. You think you're inconsistent? You'll sabotage every streak you build. You are what you repeat. And what you repeat becomes who you are. So if you want to change your life, you must first change your self-image. You must kill the version of you that hesitates. You must bury the identity that negotiates. You must erase the belief that you are someone who quits. And you must replace it with something sharper, something built for war, something unstoppable. You must become the one who executes, every time, without exception. The identity of a finisher, the one who follows through when it's hard, the one who acts when others stall, the one who says, I'm doing it, and it gets done. No delay, no excuses, no internal debate. You act not because it feels right, but because that's who you are. Because here's what most people never understand. Your identity is not fixed. It is trained. It is sculpted in repetition. Every time you take action, you tell your mind, "This is who I am." Every time you show up, you etch that belief deeper. Every time you move without hesitation, you're casting a vote for the person you want to be. And every time you delay, you vote for the coward. Every time you quit, you reinforce the imposter. Every time you let fear win, you sharpen the chains that already bind you. So ask yourself, who am I becoming? With every small choice, with every quiet decision, who am I reinforcing? You want to be free. You want to be powerful. Then become the one who moves. Become the one who finishes. Because when taking action becomes who you are, success becomes automatic. Not effortless, automatic. That's why disciplined people seem unstoppable. It's not willpower. It's identity. It's built in. So here's your mission. Start today. Start small, but start as the person who finishes. Wake up when you said you would. Follow through on your word. Stack the wins, one by one. Because every time you act, you are rewriting your story. And that story ends with victory, or it ends in regret. There is no in between. So decide now. No more hesitation. No more old labels. No more believing you are the person who can't. From this moment forward, you are the one who does, who finishes, who moves first, who leaves no task undone. Say it out loud. I am the one who executes. I am the one who finishes. I am the one who moves. And when that becomes your identity, there is nothing you can't achieve. Because the world bends to those who are too relentless to stop. Here's the brutal truth. Most people never change because nothing forces them to. No deadlines, no accountability, no cost for staying the same. And when there's no consequence for inaction, inaction becomes the norm. You say you want change, but you keep your goals hidden. You whisper your commitments to yourself, so no one can hear when you break them. That's not strength. That's a safety net for weakness. Because deep down you know, if no one's watching, you'll cut corners. You'll quit early. You'll talk a big game and never show up. No consequence, no commitment. That's how most people live. Safe, comfortable, silent. But winners play a different game. They create the pressure. They invite the fire. They force themselves into the fight. They say it out loud. They post their goals. They tell someone who won't let them off the hook. They put money on the line. They build an environment where failure is painful. Because that's what it takes. If the cost of quitting isn't high enough, you will quit. Create the fire or be consumed by it. Think about the last time you had a deadline. You moved fast. You stopped making excuses. You stopped negotiating with yourself. Why? Because there was pressure. Pressure is not the enemy. It's the catalyst. It's the force that burns away the nonsense and leaves only action. No one rises without it. So here's what you do. You build external pressure into your life. You set the deadline. You make the announcement. You pay the money. You tell the people. You put skin in the game. Because when you have something to lose, you will fight to win. And if you don't create that pressure, comfort will consume you. And you'll wake up 10 years from now, having moved nowhere. So ask yourself, what are you risking right now? What's the cost of failing? If there's no cost, then you're not really committed. You're just playing with the idea of success but still sleeping in the bed of hesitation. Real commitment comes with weight, with blood in the game, with people watching, and with pain if you don't follow through. That's why elite athletes have coaches. That's why soldiers have commanders. That's why top performers make bold bets on themselves. They don't hope they'll stay disciplined. They build a system that makes failure unacceptable. So here's the order. Build your battlefield. Raise the stakes. Make the consequence of quitting so heavy that taking action becomes the only option. And when that pressure hits, when it wraps around your chest, when the heat is on and everything inside you screams for relief, you don't fold, you don't flinch, you move. Because pressure doesn't break the strong, it forges them. This is it. This is the moment where everything changes. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now, because you've heard enough. You've known what to do for a long time. And still, you've waited. You've hesitated. You've looked for signs. Prayed for motivation. Wished the fear would disappear. But the truth? You were never waiting for the world to change. You were waiting for you to decide. So here it is. The death of delay. The end of excuses. The breaking of every chain you forged through inaction. This is where hesitation dies. This is where weakness gets left behind. This is the line. And you don't cross it tomorrow. You cross it now. Because if you don't, you will carry the same doubts into every year of your life. And they will eat you. They will wear you down until your potential is just a whisper in the dark. Something you almost chased, almost built, almost became, but almost doesn't count. No more waiting. No more overthinking. No more saying, I'll start when I feel ready. That version of you is dead now, buried beneath the weight of your next move. Because from this moment on, you are someone who executes. Every time, no matter what. You don't look for motivation. You create it through action. You don't wait for clarity. You earn it by moving through the fog. You don't wait for fear to go away. You march into it and force it to retreat. This is the truth. You've always had the power, but you've handed it over every time you delayed. So take it back. Stand up. Move. Now, not later. Not after this video ends. Now decide. Move. And do not stop. Let the world feel your presence. Let your hesitation die in the shadow of your discipline. Let your actions speak so loud that fear has no room left to whisper. This is your moment. This is your war. This is your fire. So light it. Feed it. And never look back. Because from now on, you are not someone who hopes. You are not someone who plans. You are someone who does. Every single time. Move. Now, or be left behind. It's done. You've made the decision. But now, you have to lock it in. Because the moment you leave the door cracked open, comfort will crawl back in. Doubt will sneak through the gap. And before you know it, you'll be right back where you started. No more options. From now on, action is not a choice. It's the default. It's the setting. It's who you are. You don't think about it. You don't debate it. You don't ask yourself how you feel about it. You just move. When your alarm goes off, you move. When the workout is scheduled, you move. When the opportunity arises, you move. Why? Because your escape plan is gone. Because you've burned the bridge that led back to weakness. Burn the escape plan. There is no turning around. No, maybe tomorrow. No, let me see how I feel. That's over. The only thing left is forward. You've tried giving yourself options. You've tried waiting until the time was right. You've tried letting your feelings drive the ship. And where did that get you? Stuck. Slower than you should be. Weighed down by what-ifs and could-have-beens. But this is different. This is war. From now on, you move because there is no other path. You move because standing still is not survival. It's death. And don't forget this. The ones who achieve everything aren't the ones who try. They're the ones who commit. The ones who remove the exit signs. The ones who eliminate the backup plans. The ones who say, I'm all in, and mean it. So ask yourself, what's still giving you a way out? Who are you still trying to impress with empty words? What lie are you still using to justify delay? Rip it out. Burn it down. Leave nothing behind but a clear road and a locked mindset. You do it, or you don't. You move, or you fade. You execute, or you evaporate into the background noise. This is it. You're no longer the person who needs convincing. You're no longer the person who checks how they feel first. You're no longer the person who wants to be disciplined. You are the one who is. And that means the work gets done. Every time. Without fail. Without options. Because now, it's not something you do. It's something you are. No more hesitation. No more negotiation. No more retreat. Just forward. Just fire. Just war. And war only ends when you win. You've moved. You've burned the excuses. You've locked it in. But this war isn't won with one decision. It's won through consistency. Not one day of action, but every day, every hour, every moment where the weaker version of you tries to return, and you choose to stay sharp instead. Small wins. Ruthless repetition. That's the strategy now. You don't need massive, dramatic success overnight. You need domination over the next 5 minutes, then the next 5 after that, then the next. Wake up when you said you would. Move when you said you would. Execute what you committed to, no matter how small. Because each of those wins is a brick. And brick by brick, you build the fortress of the new identity. You're not building hype. You're building evidence. Every time you finish what you start, you tell your mind, this is who I am now. Every time you move through resistance, you teach your body that it no longer holds the leash. Every time you push past the voice that says, just skip it, you break another chain. This is the habit of execution, the habit that separates those who dream from those who build. Because once it becomes a habit, it's no longer a fight. It's just how you live. You won't need a pep talk. You won't need reminders. You'll just move, like a weapon drawn from its sheath, like a machine programmed to finish what it starts. And over time, the world starts to notice. Because the results show, the progress compounds, and the person you used to be, the one who hesitated, the one who made excuses, the one who started but never finished, becomes unrecognizable. You've buried them. Under a mountain of actions taken, tasks executed, promises kept, and you've built something stronger in their place. A machine of consistency, a finisher, a force. So keep stacking the wins, even if they're small, even if they feel insignificant, because it's not the size of the action that changes your life. It's the pattern. You either repeat your old self, or you repeat greatness. And greatness? It's not a moment. It's not a spotlight. It's not a viral post or a quick victory. It's discipline, drilled into your bones, proven in the shadows, forged in the grind. So keep going, keep moving, keep proving to yourself that this isn't a phase. It's a way of life now. And once it's who you are, there's no force that can stop you. Because a person with consistency is more dangerous than one with talent, luck, or hype. This is your edge, and it's earned one win at a time. Look at what you've done. Not just what you've accomplished, but what you've become. You are no longer the one who watches. You are no longer the one who waits. You are no longer the one who dreams, but never moves. You've become the weapon. You don't need reminders anymore. You don't need perfect conditions. You don't even need motivation. You move because it's who you are now. You execute because your identity demands it. You finish because anything less feels like death. You used to hesitate. Now, you act without warning. You used to delay. Now, you deliver without mercy. You used to be ruled by fear. Now, fear flinches when it sees you coming. There is no going back. You've burned that version of yourself to ash. And from that fire, you've risen as something new, something lethal, something inevitable. Let the world watch. Let them doubt. Let them whisper about how you've changed. Because you have. And now, the storm is not something you fear. The storm is you. You are the pressure. You are the consequence. You are the reason average people get uncomfortable. Because your presence exposes their hesitation. Your action highlights their delay. Your consistency reveals their excuses. You don't follow anymore. You don't blend in. You lead. You disrupt. You dominate. This is the reward of discipline. Not praise, not applause, but power. Quiet, undeniable power. The kind that doesn't beg to be noticed. It commands it. So don't slow down. Don't ease up. Don't soften. Sharpen. Intensify. Deepen the groove of who you've become. Because this version of you, the one forged in fire and repetition, is rare, is dangerous, is unstoppable. You don't wait for life to hand you anything anymore. You take, you build, you conquer, and when doubt tries to crawl back in, when fear tries to whisper in your ear, you remind them who you are. You are the one who moves. You are the one who executes. You are the one who finishes what others never start. This is the final shift. From the one who once hoped, to the one who now acts. From the one who once feared, to the one the world fears now. You are no longer becoming the storm. You are the storm. And the world will move, or be moved. This is the new code. No more permission. No more waiting for a sign. No more asking the world if it's okay to rise. You rise because it's time. Because it's yours. Because you said so. You don't ask for alignment anymore. You create it. You don't wait for the path to clear. You tear through the jungle with your own two hands. Because now, you are the standard. When others hesitate, your speed makes them uncomfortable. When others sleep, your discipline becomes their reminder. When others talk, you're already executing. You've removed the gap between decision and action. You've silenced the debate. You've replaced emotion with motion. This is your law now. You don't follow rules built by the weak. You live by your own. Move, execute, dominate. There's no space for compromise, no tolerance for hesitation, no patience for mediocrity. What you touch, you finish. What you start, you drive to the end. What you commit to, you bleed for. This is the final identity, the edge most never reach, the mindset that separates you from 99% of the world. You are the one they'll never understand, the one they can't replicate, the one they'll call obsessed, until you're the one they all want to be. Let them stay in their cycles. Let them scroll, complain, and shrink. You don't even see them anymore because your eyes are forward, your grip is tight, your jaw is set, and your pace is unbreakable. This is war, and war belongs to the one who shows up when it's ugly, when it's inconvenient, when the world would forgive you for quitting. But you don't, because quitting isn't an option. It's not even a thought. It was erased the moment you rewired your soul to move regardless. You're not waiting for life to test you anymore. You're testing yourself every day, every hour, every second. You don't need applause. You don't need validation. You don't need praise. You need the mirror to reflect one thing: that you showed up, that you executed, that you honored the code of the weapon, the code of the finisher, the code of the one who moves no matter what. No breaks, no detours, no mercy. Just forward, always forward. This is who you are now, and there's no turning back. To the returning Grimface warriors, you already know what this is. You felt the fire, you faced the mirror, and you keep coming back, not for comfort, but for the truth. We see you. We honor your discipline, and we're proud to fight beside you. To those who are new here, if something inside you stirred today, if something broke loose, if you felt the weight of your excuses crumble, then this is your signal, not to watch, but to join. This is more than motivation. This is war against weakness, a movement for those who refuse to be average, a brotherhood, a sisterhood, a force. Subscribe now. Join the Grimface movement and take your place among the relentless. Because here, we don't wait. We don't negotiate. We execute. And the world will remember us for it. They're not just after your money. They're not just after your time. They're after your energy, your lifeblood, your essence. Because if they can keep you drained, they never have to worry about you rising. And that's the cold truth. No, they don't need to lock you in chains. They just need to keep you scrolling, keep you comparing, keep you tired. We are living in a machine, one built to devour your fire. And it feeds on the weak, the indecisive, the passive. It grows stronger every time you procrastinate. It thrives every time you choose comfort over progress. But you are not here to feed the system. You are here to break it. They steal from you in silence. You don't hear the alarms because the robbery doesn't happen in one night. It's slow, it's subtle, it's strategic. A pop-up here, a little drama there, a habit you told yourself was no big deal. And before you know it, your fire's gone. Your focus? Scattered. Your body? Weak. Your purpose? Forgotten. This isn't coincidence. This is engineered. You've been taught to leak your energy like it's infinite. But it's not. You only get so much per day. And every time you give it to the wrong thing, you become less. No. This is the part where most stay blind. Because waking up means pain. It means responsibility. It means no more excuses. But you didn't come here to stay blind. Let's get brutally honest. Where does your energy go? To people who drain you? To a job that doesn't challenge you? To devices that keep you numb? To fears that have never even happened? You give away more of yourself in one thoughtless day than warriors used to spill in battle. And what do you get in return? A dopamine hit? Another wasted hour? Another broken promise to yourself? You think the system cares that you feel stuck? You think it's going to stop just because you're tired? No. It wants you tired, because a tired soul is easy to sell to, easy to manipulate, easy to own. But a soul on fire, a man or woman who has reclaimed their energy, that's dangerous. That's unpredictable. That's someone who cannot be controlled. There's a moment, a sacred moment in every warrior's life, where they look at the battlefield around them and say, I'm done playing by their rules. And in that moment, they stop leaking energy into dead ends. They stop explaining their fire to people who live in smoke. They stop living like their time is unlimited. You want to change your life? Change how you spend your energy. Cut the meaningless. Sharpen your aim. Because intention is a weapon. And right now, you need to become armed to the teeth. Wake up early, not because it's trendy, but because it separates you from the sleeping. Train your body, not just to look good, but because strength is proof that your energy is under your command. Silence your mind, not with distraction, but with dominion. Because you cannot win this war if you're still at the mercy of every craving, every buzz, every impulse. You must become untouchable. From within, you've got parasites, not just in your inbox, but in your life, your routine, your thoughts. They pretend to be normal. They pretend to be harmless. But deep down, you know what they are. Every excuse you let live is feeding off you. Every comfort you choose over progress is draining your strength. Every maybe later is a lie dressed in softness. No, you have to cut. You have to kill. Not softly, not someday. Now you want to know why most people never rise? Because they're still trying to bring their distractions with them. Still trying to carry their comfort into war. But war demands sacrifice. War demands discipline. War demands a soul that has decided you're either fighting for your life or you're feeding the system that wants it. Choose. There's a fire in you, buried, beaten, but never broken. It's the part of you that remembers who you were before the noise, before the fatigue, before the world told you to sit down and be small. That fire can come back, but not through motivation, not through luck, not through waiting. It returns through action, through warrior-level choices, through ruthlessly redirecting your energy to what actually matters. Do the hard things first. Say no more often than you say yes. Delete the apps. Kill the tabs. Starve the weak parts of you until they wither. And then watch. Watch your mind sharpen. Watch your body strengthen. Watch your soul rise from the ashes. You don't need more inspiration. You need domination. Dominate your energy. Own your focus. Forge your will like steel. Because the world is not going to hand you peace. You have to seize it. You have to fight for it. You have to become it. You were born into a system that wanted you soft, distracted, divided. But you have the choice to become a weapon. You can let the world siphon your power until nothing's left. Or you can rise and reclaim every ounce of what they tried to take. No more sleepwalking, no more waiting, no more apologizing for your fire. This is your time. This is your war. And this is your voice returning to you. So ask yourself, right now, are you feeding the system or are you feeding the fire? Because you can't do both. Reclaim your energy. Reclaim your mind. Reclaim your destiny. Before there's nothing left to reclaim. Lesson 1. Audit the leaks. Become ruthless with your energy awareness. The core idea. Before you can reclaim your power, you must confront the truth. And the truth is this. You are bleeding energy. Not because you're weak, but because you've been conditioned to leak it. Endlessly, unconsciously, and without resistance. The system doesn't need to kill you. It just needs to exhaust you, drain you, keep you too scattered to fight back. If you don't know where your energy is going, you'll never know how to get it back. Dark reality. Check. You wake up tired. You spend your day chasing shallow distractions. You wonder why you feel empty, burnt out, frustrated. But here's the truth you avoid. You hand your energy over like it means nothing. You don't lose power. You leak it. Through your phone, through pointless conversations, through fake urgency, through mental loops and emotional baggage. Every moment you spend unaware is a moment the system wins. No, this ends now. Implementation tactics. 1. Energy journal, the cold audit. For 3 full days, track everything you do, hour by hour. Log what you did, how long it took, and most importantly, how you felt after. Use a red pen for energy drainers, black for neutral, green for energy builders. At the end of day 3, add up the time spent on red zone activities. The truth will hit you like a hammer. Warning. You'll discover that 70 to 80% of your time is bleeding into things that serve no real purpose. 2. Identify the hidden parasites. Ask yourself, what apps do I open first thing in the morning? Who do I engage with out of guilt or habit, not growth? What small habits are stealing hours over a week? Even 30 minutes a day wasted equals 182 hours per year. That's over a week of life. Gone. For nothing. 3. Confront your addictions. Most energy leaks are not accidental. They are engineered addictions. Identify your top 3. Social media, news, mindless eating, porn, gossip. Admit the truth. These things own a piece of you. And anything that owns your energy owns you. Write them down, stare at them, then say, your reign ends now. Mindset shift. The energy is sacred doctrine. Start treating your energy like currency, like ammunition, like life force. You wouldn't light your money on fire. Why do you light your time on fire? Every leak you allow is permission for the system to keep you small. And understand this. Until you feel disgusted by your own wasted time, you will not change. Let that disgust build. Let it burn. And let it become the fuel that drives your transformation. Daily rituals to reinforce. This lesson. 1. The nighttime debrief. Every night ask, where did I feed the fire? Where did I feed the system? Score your day out of 10. Anything under 7? You fix it tomorrow. No mercy. 2. Energy alarms. Set 3 alarms per day to pause and ask, am I building or bleeding? Let the alarm shock you back to focus. 3. Morning mirror. Question. Every morning, look yourself in the eyes and ask, what will I no longer tolerate? Say it out loud. Mean it. Conclusion of Lesson 1. You cannot change what you refuse to track. You cannot rise if you keep leaking your fire. And you cannot become a warrior until you stop living like prey. Audit your life like it's a crime scene. Find every leak, mark every parasite, and prepare to eradicate them in Lesson 2. Because the time for numbness is over. This is war. And your first act of power is awareness. Lesson 2. Cut without mercy. Destroy the parasites. Elevate the mission. The core idea. You've found the leaks. You've exposed the parasites. Now comes the part most people fear. The execution. Not gentle, not gradual, ruthless. This is not about balance. This is about cleansing fire. Because anything in your life that siphons your energy without fueling your purpose is the enemy. No, you don't negotiate with leeches. You remove them. The brutal truth: most people will never become who they're meant to be because they're too afraid to let go of what's killing them. They'll cling to toxic relationships because they're comfortable. They'll hold on to soul-sucking habits because they need an escape. They'll stay subscribed to chaos because silence would force them to face the emptiness. But that's not you. You're here for warrior evolution, and warriors don't carry dead weight into battle. Implementation tactics. 1. The digital purge. Kill the notifications. Uninstall every app that doesn't build you. Turn off every notification that pulls your attention away from mission-critical tasks. Delete social media for 30 days, or at minimum, restrict usage to a single scheduled window. Your phone is not your ally, it's your leash. Cut the chain. 2. The social purge. Distance from drainers. Ask yourself, who around me supports the flame? Who fears the flame? And who wants to extinguish it? Create 3 columns: fuel, neutral, drain. Anyone in the drain column? Minimize or eliminate contact. Yes, even if it's family, even if it's friends, especially if it's friends. Loyalty to energy vampires is slow suicide. 3. The environment reset. Your temple or your trap. Clean your workspace. Remove clutter. Destroy distractions. Make it a temple of war. Rearrange your room so that nothing passive is in your line of sight. Replace background noise with silence or audio that sharpens the blade. No more dulling your senses. Your environment should reflect your mission, not your comfort. The habit execution list. No more kind cuts. Make a list of your top 5 most destructive habits. Don't try to improve them. Kill them. Replace each with one power habit. Something that builds discipline, presence, or power. Example: kill late night scrolling. Replace with a nighttime warrior debrief. Kill morning chaos. Replace with a sacred 5 a.m. ritual. Kill fast food. Replace with a discipline-based meal prep plan. You're not breaking habits. You're launching a premeditated strike. Mindset shift. Become the executioner of comfort. If it doesn't build you, it's burning you. If it doesn't sharpen your blade, it's dulling your edge. And if it doesn't serve the mission, it's standing in the way of it. Let them call you cold. Let them say you've changed. They're supposed to, because they can't follow you to war. Only warriors walk this path. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be unrecognizable. Discipline rituals to reinforce this lesson. 1. Weekly elimination day. Once per week, ask yourself, what's one more thing I can cut to protect my mission? Execute on it. No delay. This could be a subscription, a behavior, a person, a commitment that no longer aligns. 2. The no challenge. Say no 3 times a day to anything not aligned with your current priority. Build the muscle of refusal, because every yes to the wrong thing is a no to your destiny. 3. The silent sprint. Once per week, 2 hours. No phone, no talking. Just focus, action, or reflection. This is how you rebuild command over your own mind. Conclusion of Lesson 2. The parasites won't go quietly. They'll scream. They'll tempt you. They'll wear the mask of comfort, love, and entertainment. But you're no longer a slave. You're the executioner now. And your life, your energy, your time, your future depends on your ability to destroy what no longer serves you. You don't fix the system. You exit it. You don't ease out of the fog. You cut through it with fire, This is your purge, and you will come out clean, or you will not come out at all. Lesson 3. Reinforce the fortress. Build rituals that guard your focus. The core idea. You've identified the leaks. You've burned the parasites. But a fortress without walls will fall again tomorrow. Discipline is not just an idea. It is architecture, a system, a structure, a stronghold that you build around your energy to ensure it is never taken again. Because if you don't create the systems that protect your power, the world will drag you back into the same chaos you just escaped. No. This is where you turn your life into a battlefield designed for victory. The brutal truth. The reason people relapse isn't because they're weak. It's because their life is still designed for failure. They leave the door cracked open. They build no routine. They walk into their day unarmed. And by noon, the system has already won. Understand this. Every minute that's not claimed by you will be claimed by something else. So if you don't build a system of war, you'll live in a prison of distraction. Implementation tactics. 1. Construct the morning fortress, your most sacred hour. How you start is how you command. Wake up early, not because it's trendy, but because the world is still silent. No phone for the first 60 minutes. Your mind is too vulnerable. Protect it like a newborn. Build your warrior morning ritual, 30 to 90 minutes. 10 minutes silence or breath work. Command your mind 20 minutes movement. Activate the body 20 minutes learning or visualization. Feed the fire. Strategic planning. Identify top 3 wins for the day. Start with victory, or the world will start you with weakness. 2. Command your time. Kill the chaos. Structure is not a cage. It's a sword. Break your day into time blocks. Don't let the day happen to you. You assign it. Block time for creation, recovery, movement, learning, execution. Protect the first 4 hours of your day for deep, undistracted work. These are your kill zone hours. Use mission timers. 60-minute focus sprints followed by short decompression resets. During sprints, no phone, no email, no noise, only action. The one who owns the clock owns the outcome. 3. Guard the gate. Protect the fortress from within. Your greatest enemy is not the outside world. It's the back door you leave unlocked. Set clear, start, and stop. Rituals. Start of day. Warrior ritual. End of day. Review, reflection, recovery. Control your inputs like your life depends on it, because it does. No random scrolling. No reactive consumption. Use content. Don't let content use you. Define tech zones and no tech zones in your environment. Example. Bedroom equals recovery temple. No devices. No exceptions. You don't just build discipline. You engineer it. 4. Environmental control. Make discipline the default. If your environment doesn't serve your goals, it serves your destruction. Organize your space like a war room. One space for deep work. One space for training. One space for recovery. Visual cues. Use symbols, quotes, tools, things that remind you who you are becoming. Dress for your war, even at home. What you wear influences how you show up. Sloppy appearance equals sloppy execution. Turn every inch of your world into a mirror of your mission. Mindset shift. Discipline is identity. This isn't about becoming more productive. This is about becoming someone else entirely. Someone who commands themselves. Someone who protects their energy like treasure. Someone who doesn't rely on motivation, because they are fortified by system. You are not just building rituals. You are becoming the ritual. Every movement, every choice, every second, done with intent. Discipline rituals to reinforce this lesson. 1. Nightly warrior review. The debrief. Ask, what did I do well today? Where did I leak energy? What must change tomorrow? Journal it. Lock it in. Improve daily by 1%. 1% sharper every day equals unstoppable in a year. Second Sunday Fortress Rebuild. Once a week, review your time blocks. Adjust for efficiency. Cut out weaknesses. Add reinforcements. Make your life a living algorithm that evolves toward elite execution. 3. The Mirror Oath. Every morning, look into the mirror and say out loud, I am the architect of this day. Nothing enters my mind or my schedule without my command. Conclusion of Lesson 3. Most people fail not because they lack willpower, but because they lack walls. You don't need more hustle. You need more structure. You don't need more motivation. You need a fortress. Because the moment your life is shaped around your mission, the world has no power over you. Reinforce the walls, sharpen the routines, and return tomorrow, stronger than today. Lesson 4. Transmute the fire. Channel your energy into purposeful, powerful action. The core idea. What good is reclaimed energy if it sits idle? What's the point of sharpening the blade if you never strike? This lesson is about transmutation. Taking your raw fire, your anger, your frustration, your hunger, and forcing it into the shape of action, creation, and domination. Because the system doesn't just want you tired. It wants you busy doing nothing. Active, but not effective. Running, but going nowhere. Motivated, but unfocused. No, this is where you break the cycle. This is where energy becomes impact. The brutal truth. Energy without direction is chaos. Focus without execution is delusion. And dreams without discipline are a slow death. This is where most warriors fall. They rise with fire, but fall into frenzy. They want results, but they scatter their attention across meaningless battles. And so they burn out. Not from too much effort, but from too many open fronts. Too many unaligned actions. Too many distractions disguised as opportunities. The fire isn't the problem. The lack of aim is. Implementation tactics. 1. Choose the mission. Define your singular purpose. You cannot hit a target you haven't chosen. Pick one primary mission for the next 90 days, not 10. 1. Build your business. Transform your body. Launch your skill into the world. Train for war, mind, body, and bank account. Everything else is noise until this is done. Your focus must become a blade, not a flame. 2. Daily kill targets, the non-negotiable actions. What gets measured gets mastered. Every morning, identify your top 3 critical tasks. Not busy work, not optional. These are the 3 moves that advance your mission. Execute them before you check your phone, your inbox, or the world's chaos. Use the mission timer. 60 minutes of total immersion. No distractions, no breaks, no excuses. 1 kill target completed daily equals 30 wins a month, equals an empire in a year. 3. Convert emotion into motion. Use your fire to move. Anger, frustration, pain, hunger. These are not weaknesses. They are fuel. Every time you feel resistance, pain, doubt, move. Don't think. Don't analyze. Don't debate. Train. Building right. Call. Sell. Strike. You are not your emotions. You are the one who uses them. Pain is the signal. Action is the response. Discipline is the alchemy. Fire, directed, is power. 4. Build keystone habits, daily engines of power. Habits are the bricks. Rituals are the mortar. Discipline is the wall. Choose 3 non-negotiable daily habits tied directly to your mission. 1 for the body, training. 1 for the mind, learning, journaling, silence. 1 for your legacy, business, money, content, creation. Commit to consistency, not intensity. Your habits are your daily oath to your future self. Consistency is the new identity. 5. Weekly war review. Track the results, not the feelings. Feeling like you're making progress and actually making progress are not the same. Once a week, sit down and ask, what moved the mission forward? What was wasted motion? Where did I scatter my fire? What do I cut next? Track your real results. Don't lie. Don't guess. Measure like a general preparing for battle. Clarity plus action equals momentum. Momentum becomes domination. Mindset shift. You are the weapon. You are not your thoughts. You are not your feelings. You are not your potential. You are the result of your actions. And now that you've reclaimed your energy, you must deploy it like a weapon. You don't use your power. You become your power. You don't try. You strike. This is not about staying busy. This is about building legacy. The world remembers those who execute, not those who could have. Discipline rituals to reinforce this lesson. 1. Power hour execution. Non-negotiable daily block. 1 hour each morning dedicated to your most important kill target. Before work, before noise, before anyone else touches your mind. 2nd, emotion to action challenge. Every time you feel resistance, move within 5 seconds. Push-ups, cold shower, a call, a sprint. Right. Building break the delay loop. Burn the hesitation. Act. 3rd, creation over consumption rule. Create before you consume. Every day. Write before you scroll. Move before you watch. Sell before you learn. The one who creates rules. The one who consumes. Conclusion of lesson 4. You've built the energy. You've reinforced the fortress. Now it's time to strike. Stop sitting on your power. Stop hoarding your fire. Direct it. Use it. Wield it. Every day is a battlefield, and you're either gaining ground or losing it. There is no neutral. This lesson is where warriors are forged. Not by thinking, not by feeling, but by doing. Transmute the fire and make the world feel your impact. Lesson 5. Guard the gate. Stay vigilant. Never go back to sleep. The core idea. The greatest threat to your power is not failure. It's drift. You rise. You cut the parasites. You build the fortress. You channel the fire. But then, one late night scroll, one harmless old habit, one weak moment of distraction, and suddenly, you're back at zero. This lesson is not about rising. It's about remaining. Because discipline is not a one-time act. It is a perimeter you must patrol every day. No. This is the line between those who ignite and those who endure. This is the line between a spark and a legacy. The brutal truth. Most people don't fail because they never had it. They fail because they had it once. But they didn't protect it. They got a taste of momentum and let comfort sneak back in. They forgot the pain that woke them up in the first place. They stopped doing the small things. They got soft again. And the system doesn't care how many times you rise. It only needs you to fall once. And it will wait. Patiently. Quietly. Ready to devour the undisciplined. Implementation tactics. 1. Daily gatekeeping ritual. Protect the mind. Before the world touches your mind, you must. Every morning, ask yourself one gatekeeper question before anything else. What is trying to enter my mind today that does not belong? What weakness is waiting to slip past my guard? Journal for 5 minutes. Write your primary threat of the day. Declare the counter strategy. If this shows up, I will do this instead. Your mind is a fortress. Let nothing in without purpose. Weekly energy audit. Seal the cracks. You are only as strong as your last correction. Every Sunday, review your week with 3 questions. Where did I bleed energy? What discipline slipped? What must be reinforced? This is not reflection. This is surveillance. Write new rules. Update your rituals. Destroy anything that crept back in. Warriors evolve weekly. The weak evolve yearly, if ever. 3. Create immutable rules. Your unbreakable code. Rules that require willpower are weak. Rules that are unbreakable become identity. Define 5 personal laws that cannot be broken, ever. No phone before warrior ritual. Train 5 days per week, regardless of mood. Read every night for 20 minutes minimum. No tech after 9 p.m. 1 day per week in solitude and silence. Write them on your wall, your mirror, your phone. Tattoo them on your existence. Discipline is a code, not a suggestion. 4. Replace motivation with surveillance, discipline loops. You don't need motivation. You need systems that won't let you slip. Use a daily feedback loop. Start of day. What must be done? End of day. Was it done or not? No gray zones. No rationalizations. Red equals fail. Green equals win. After 3 reds in a row. Punishment protocol. Cold shower. 24-hour fast. Social blackout. Warrior's consequence. Consequence keeps the blade sharp. To the returning grim-faced warriors, you already know what this is. You've walked through the fire. You've bled for discipline. And still, you rise. We see you. We respect you. And this is only the beginning. To those new to the movement, you didn't find this by accident. You were called because something in you knows. You were meant for more than comfort, chaos, and compromise. Subscribe now. Lock in. Because something massive is coming. Inside the Grimface community. We're building something most people won't even understand until it's too late. A brotherhood. A warpath. A complete system for warriors to master health, wealth, and inner power. And when it drops, you'll either be ready, or you'll be watching from the sidelines, wondering how you missed the moment. You were warned. You were chosen. We're just getting started. You are not who you think you are. You are who you've allowed yourself to become. And right now, you're living the consequences of every excuse, every skipped rep, every negotiation you've made with your lower self. But I've got one question for you. What if that version of you could be erased in just 90 days? Not masked, not hidden, erased. What if 3 months from now, the soft-spoken, lazy, indecisive, tired version of you was gone, and in his place stood someone sharper, stronger, more focused, more feared? What if you were respected, not for what you said, but for what you did every single day? That's not a fantasy. That's a decision. And it starts today. Let me be clear. This is not a motivational speech. This is a declaration of war. War against every version of you that's ever backed down. War against the old self you've kept alive for far too long. The scroller, the overthinker, the one who almost starts, but never finishes. I'm not here to hype you. I'm here to break you, to strip away the comfort, to reveal what's been hiding under all your excuses. You've played with transformation before. You've told yourself, this time, I'll change. But you didn't, because you never decided. This time is different, because now you have the blueprint. Now you understand that this is not about feeling good. This is about becoming dangerous. And that takes pain, repetition, and relentless self-discipline. You want to become unrecognizable? You have to move like you're possessed. You have to wake up every day and attack your routine like it's your enemy. Because the person you want to become, they are not waiting. They are working. And while you're debating, they are executing. The 90-day lock-in. Understand this. 90 days is not a challenge. It's not a trend. It's not some cute little productivity sprint. It is a rebirth. For 90 days, you will become a different species. You will cut comfort off at the root. You will eliminate distractions with the precision of a sniper. You will operate like your life depends on this. Because it does. If you fail to change, you stay dead inside. That's the truth nobody tells you. That soft version of you, they are not just a phase. They are a prison. And every time you let him run your life, you reinforce your own chains. So, here's the contract. You will follow 5 pillars every single day. No exceptions. No compromise. No breaks. This is not about checking boxes. This is about becoming someone who no longer needs to be convinced to rise. You don't need hype. You don't need inspiration. You need an identity. And that identity gets forged in the fire of discipline. Let's go. Pillar 1. Mind. The battlefield of life begins in the mind. Everything a person is, everything they are not, everything they will become, is forged inside the 6 inches between their ears. The mind is not neutral. It's not just some empty vessel. It's either a weapon or a trap. And right now, for most individuals, it's aimed at themselves. They wake up and start firing off doubts, firing off fears, firing off excuses disguised as logic. I'm not ready. I'm too tired. I've failed too many times. I can't change. They don't realize it's not the world holding them back. It's the scripts running silently inside their own head. And if they don't learn how to interrupt those programs, they'll die with those excuses still intact. Let's ask a brutal question. Who programmed that mind? Was it them? Or was it a parent? A teacher? Some failed authority figure who passed down broken beliefs? Was it society, constantly feeding their subconscious with fear, limitation, and shame? Because let's be real, most people didn't consciously choose the thoughts they carry. They absorbed them. They downloaded them. And now those thoughts are dictating the entire course of their life. But here's the truth. The mind can be reclaimed. And if a person wants to become unrecognizable, they start with the first war, the war in their own head. This is not about motivational quotes. This is not about positive vibes. This is mental warfare. The individual doesn't need motivation. They don't need a cheerleader. They need to reprogram the machine, delete the virus, install new code. Because a person does not rise by feeling good. They rise by thinking right. That's the purpose of Pillar 1. Every day for the next 90 days, the individual will spend 1 hour feeding their mind deliberately. This hour is not optional. It is the foundation. Because the person who commands their thoughts can command their entire life. Here's how it works. This hour is broken into 3 parts: consumption, reflection, declaration. Each one sharpens a different edge. Each one carves away weakness. Each one is part of the daily mental forge. Let's break them down. Part 1. Consumption. Most people consume garbage, mental junk food, low-quality inputs, endless scrolling, news cycles built on fear, entertainment built to sedate, not stimulate. Their brains are not evolving. They're eroding. They feel tired, not because they're overworked, but because their minds are polluted. What a person consumes, they become. So here's the new standard. The individual will consume on purpose. Every book, every article, every conversation, every piece of content must build them. No exceptions. They'll choose material that challenges them, content that shatters their assumptions, authors who force them to grow. They'll seek ideas that make them angry, because those are the ideas that confront identity. That's the material that makes a person rebuild themselves. This isn't reading for entertainment. It's not about comfort. It's about evolution. They'll study philosophy, psychology, strategy, neuroscience, discipline, power, emotional mastery, decision-making under pressure. They'll study themselves by studying the minds of the greats. And as they do, they're not collecting quotes. They're installing new operating systems. Part 2. Reflection. Reading is only the beginning. Most people stop there. They nod along, highlight the quotes, feel inspired, and then forget everything. Not this person. This individual will reflect daily, at least 10 minutes. Mandatory. They will write down what they learned, what triggered them, what stretched them, what they need to apply. Because reading is input, but reflection is integration. This is where knowledge becomes identity. They will track their shifts, log their progress. They will treat their journal like a war log, not a diary. This is how they learn to think clearly, because they are no longer just reading books. They are studying the architecture of their mind, and the person who understands their own mind cannot be manipulated by anyone else's. Part 3. Declaration. This is the forgotten weapon, and it's lethal. Every day the person will speak, out loud, into their space, into their nervous system, into their future. They will speak who they are becoming. I am focused. I am consistent. I follow through. I build daily. I am no longer who I used to be. I command my mind. This is not about fake confidence. It's not about lying to yourself. It's about training your subconscious. Because what the subconscious hears enough, it doesn't question. It accepts. And once the subconscious accepts it, behavior follows. The individual doesn't have to try anymore. They simply move in alignment with what they've spoken into reality. This is called auto-suggestion, and it's one of the oldest, most powerful laws of the mind. But here's where most fail. They do the hour, then spend the other 23 undoing it. They fill their brain with garbage the rest of the day. They scroll through nonsense. They consume chaos. They keep feeding the virus they're trying to kill. You cannot do that. Not anymore. So this isn't just about what gets added. It's about what gets deleted. Delete the low-value input. Mute the negativity. Block the noise. Because every piece of low-level content is corrupting the code. The mind is a garden. And if it's not being cultivated, it's being choked by weeds. Choose wisely. Let's talk results. After 30 days, the internal voice changes. It stops whining. It starts commanding. They start hearing themselves think, for real. And what they hear is no longer rooted in limitation. It's rooted in precision. They speak differently. Their language sharpens. Their awareness expands. And for the first time, they begin to think strategically, not reactively, not emotionally, strategically. By day 60, they stop tolerating sloppy thinking. They no longer let old patterns run the show. They catch themselves mid-thought and reprogram it on the spot. They don't get pulled into debates. They don't spiral into anxiety. They don't identify with old stories. They move with mental clarity, like a laser, like a surgeon, like a weapon that's been waiting to finally be wielded. By day 90, they don't need hype. They don't need podcasts to push them. They've become self-fueled. The war in their mind has been fought, and they won. They are no longer at the mercy of emotion. They are no longer hijacked by insecurity. They are no longer addicted to mental comfort. They are calm, decisive, dangerous, and that kind of person cannot be stopped. Here's the daily protocol. 15 minutes, intentional reading, high-level content only. 10 minutes, journal reflection. Answer, what did I learn? What must I apply? 5 minutes, spoken affirmations, out loud, with conviction. Throughout the day, interrupt and reframe negative thoughts immediately. Track, log breakthroughs, monitor progress, study your patterns. This is how a person rebuilds the mind, not with books alone, not with ideas alone, with deliberate repetition and ritual. This is how the old self dies, and a new identity, one built in silence, emerges from the fire. Final command. Rebuilding the mind is not easy, but nothing worth keeping ever is. The person who takes this seriously, who shows up daily, who tracks their thoughts like a sniper, who speaks into the silence, who cuts off the noise, that person becomes unrecognizable. They stop playing. They stop waiting. They start becoming. And the world has no choice but to take notice. Because a person with a forged mind doesn't need to prove anything. They just build. They just rise. They just dominate. Pillar 2, the body. The body is not a trophy. It is not decoration. It is not something to flaunt. It is not something to starve or inflate for validation. The body is a weapon. And for most people walking this earth, that weapon is dull. Their body is not a vehicle for purpose. It's a prison for their excuses. Software, tired, stiff, inflamed, overstimulated, undertrained. People are walking around pretending they're thinking clearly, when in truth, their body is failing them. The body is weak, tired, unconditioned. Then no matter how strong their intentions are, they won't last. They won't finish. Pressure. They'll burn out under stress. They'll retreat when the weight gets heavy. This pillar is not about fitness. It's about function. About building a vessel capable of holding the weight of a meaningful life. Because without the body, the mind folds. Here's the code. For the next 90 days, the person trains. Every single day. No breaks. No negotiation. No days off because they're not in the mood. This is not a game. This is war. They move their body every day for at least 30 minutes. Ideally 60th. And not casually. They move with intent. They sweat with purpose. They train their body the same way they train their mind. With discipline. This is not about aesthetics. It's not about fitting into a size. It's not about being admired. It's about commanding their own biology. Because a body that is not conditioned will betray its owner. It will slow their mind, drain their focus, kill their energy, and chip away at their ambition. But a body that is trained, that body becomes an asset, a multiplier, a weapon that enhances everything they do. What does training look like? It looks like sweat. It looks like strain. It looks like pushing when their lungs say, stop, and moving anyway. The person doesn't need a gym. They don't need a fancy app. They don't need a personal trainer whispering sweet affirmations. They need resolve. They can run. They can lift. They can box. They can hike. They can climb stairs. They can shadow box in silence. They can do push-ups in their bedroom. They can crawl uphill. They can carry weight on their back and walk until their legs tremble. The method doesn't matter. The standard does. And the standard is this. You move daily. You push daily. You suffer daily, by choice. Because pain is not punishment. It is permission. Pain is what separates those who wish from those who win. The person must learn to redefine their relationship with discomfort. They must stop running from it and start using it as proof. Proof that they're becoming something else, something rare, something dangerous. The first 30 days, they will be hell. Soreness will become a language. Excuses will rise like sirens. Their body will rebel. Their thoughts will betray them. They will say, "This is too much. One day off won't hurt. I've done enough for today." And in those moments, they will face a choice. Build integrity, or rebuild the chains they swore they would break. Because this isn't just about the reps. It's about reprogramming self-trust. Every missed workout sends a message. My word means nothing. I lie to myself when it's inconvenient. But every day they train, no matter how they feel, they send a new message. I keep promises to myself. I follow through regardless of emotion. I am the kind of person who does not fold. By day 30, the soreness will still be there, but their identity will begin to shift. They'll no longer dread the pain. They'll crave it, because pain will become proof. Proof that they're moving differently, living differently, becoming someone else. Their posture will shift. Their gait will change. Their body will start to reflect the discipline they've been feeding it. They'll start to carry themselves like a different person, not because of ego, but because of evidence. By day 60, their body will become their armor. Tight posture, calm breath, steady shoulders, eyes that don't dart, hands that don't fidget, a jaw that doesn't clench under stress. They will radiate presence, not because they trained for a look, but because they trained for command. Their body will no longer just carry their weight. It will carry their standard. By day 90, the person will no longer need motivation. They won't need a playlist. They won't need caffeine. They'll just move. It'll be embedded in their nervous system, hardwired into their routine. No longer a decision, now a law. They won't be dragging themselves to workouts. They'll be pulled forward by a deeper force, identity. And identity is more powerful than any emotion. It doesn't ask for energy. It produces it. Now let's talk about fuel. This is not about diet trends. This is about respect. You cannot fuel a war horse with sugar and expect it to sprint through battle. So for 90 days, the person cleans it up. They cut the processed garbage. They ditch the energy drinks. They eliminate the foods that kill clarity. They eat like a leader, not a child. Lean proteins, greens that grow, fats that sharpen, water that restores. They do not treat food like entertainment. They treat it like ammunition. Because what goes in will either build their edge or dull their blade. Recovery. Sleep isn't optional. Recovery isn't laziness. It's part of the training. A person who grinds without rest is not a warrior. They are a candle lit at both ends, and it's only a matter of time before they burn. So they train hard. Then they recover with discipline. No screens in bed. No late-night chaos. No midnight dopamine hits. They sleep with purpose, wake up with clarity, and hit the ground like a person with something to prove. Here's the daily protocol: 30 to 60 minutes of intense movement. No matter how they feel. Fuel that sharpens, nothing that dulls. Cold showers to train discomfort. Optional, but recommended. Recovery like a professional. Sleep. Hydration. Breathwork. Track it. Calendar. Habit apartment journal. Doesn't matter. Log the war. And most importantly, if they miss, they make it up. Twice as hard, twice as long, with zero apology. Because this is no longer about the body. This is about discipline, about becoming the kind of person who finishes what they start. Every time. Final command. A person can have all the vision in the world, but if their body can't carry it, the vision dies in the dust. So they train, daily, without fail. They build a body that backs up their ambition, that protects their mind, that carries their mission, that fuels their presence, that reminds them, every single morning, I don't negotiate with weakness. And in 90 days, they won't just look different. They'll move different, decide different, live different. Because the soft version of them, the tired, distracted, comfort-seeking version, will have been buried under every single rep. And what emerges from that fire is a person no one will recognize. Pillar 3, the mission. A person without a mission is not free. They may look alive, they may smile, they may keep themselves busy, but inside, they're drifting, they're waiting for clarity, waiting for confidence, waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for some external force to tell them who they are. That force isn't coming, and the longer they wait, the further their potential bleeds out. This pillar exists to end the waiting. Because a person without a mission isn't just lost. They are dying a slow death. Every life has a current. And if someone doesn't choose a direction, the current will choose for them. And that direction, it's always downhill. Into comfort, into seduction, into distraction, into just getting by. But this person, the one committing to 90 days of complete transformation, they aren't here to drift. They're here to build. Let's be real. Not everyone knows their mission on day one. That's okay. Because for the person who's serious, not knowing becomes no excuse. It becomes the first mission. For them, it's simple. If I don't know what I'm building, then finding it becomes what I build. They don't sit back and wait. They start moving. They read. They reflect. They try things. They fail. They listen to the fire underneath the noise. They pay attention to what pulls them, and they stay in motion. Because clarity is never given to the passive. It is earned by the consistent. Here's the code. Every single day, for 90 days, the person dedicates 90 minutes of uninterrupted time to their mission. They block it off. They protect it like their life depends on it. Because in truth, it does. This 90-minute block is sacred. It is not multitasking. It is not light reading. It is not busy work. It is deep execution. If the person already knows what their mission is, then this time is used to build it. Write the book, grow the business, train the skill, design the system, build the framework, craft the program, develop the product. If they don't know their mission, then this time is used to create clarity. That means journaling, reading, researching, testing, exploring, reflecting, not endlessly, but with direction. Here's the truth. Clarity is not lightning. It's fire. It doesn't strike once. It builds. It burns slowly. It demands fuel. And that fuel is daily action. So the person doesn't wait until they feel ready. They move. And through the movement, they become ready. Why 90 minutes? Because 90 minutes a day is 10.5 hours per week. Over 90 days, that's 135 hours. That's more than enough time to launch something real, learn a new monetizable skill, create a deep body of work, rewrite identity through consistent action, get further in 3 months than most do in 3 years. But most people never give their dream even 90 minutes a week. They say they want it, but they never carve out the space to build it. That's why this person, they become unstoppable, because they give their dream the one thing it's been starved of: time. What does the work look like? That's up to the individual. But there are non-negotiables. This block of time must be focused, real, progressive, difficult. Let's break it down. Focused. No phone, no multitasking, no checking messages, no jumping between tabs. One mission, one task, total immersion. Because if attention is scattered, progress is fake. They set a timer. They enter flow. They go dark. Because real work happens in silence, not in stimulation. Real. The work must build something. No theoretical to-do lists. No abstract research for hours. No sitting around tweaking logos and fonts. The question is this: what did I actually create today? If nothing was built, then the block wasn't honored. This person produces daily, not when it's perfect, not when it's exciting. Every day, they don't accumulate information. They create transformation. Progressive. Each day must build on the one before. Small, focused, compounding steps. The mission must evolve. The work must deepen. The complexity must rise. They don't just repeat yesterday. They expand it. They track their progress. They measure what matters. They reflect on what worked, then refine it. This is not routine. It is calculated momentum. Difficult. If it feels easy, they're not doing it right. This block must challenge their limits. It must test their edges. They should feel resistance, because resistance is the signal of growth. The person who does easy things becomes forgettable. But the one who pushes through boredom, pain, confusion, and doubt, that person becomes formidable. Let's talk about resistance. The first few days are exciting. New structure, new intensity, new vision. Then comes the wall. The mind starts whispering, "This isn't working. You're wasting your time. Take a break today." These voices are not truth. They are traps. They are the old identity trying to survive. But the person who keeps showing up anyway, even when it's boring, even when it's hard, that's the person who breaks through. Because consistency is not about feeling like it. It's about doing it anyway. By day 30, the boredom kicks in. There's no applause, no obvious milestone, no massive breakthrough, just repetition, just quiet effort, just the same block every day. This is where most people quit. Not because it's painful, but because it's dull. They say, "This can't be it. There must be another way. This doesn't feel magical." And they abandon the system right before it starts to work. But this person, they keep building. They understand that success isn't supposed to feel exciting every day. It's supposed to stack quietly in the background. Until one day, it can't be ignored. By day 60, the work starts to click. The flow deepens. The resistance fades. The skill sharpens. They stop trying to focus. They become focus. Their hands move faster. Their mind connects ideas quicker. Their work carries weight. This is the beginning of mastery. And it didn't come from hype. It came from devotion. By day 90, they are a different person, not because the world recognizes them, but because they recognize themselves. They know what it feels like to show up relentlessly. They know what it takes to build something real. They carry evidence in their work, in their energy, in their identity. They are no longer someone who tries. They are someone who executes. Here's the daily protocol. 90 minutes of deep work, every day. Non-negotiable, scheduled in advance, preferably first thing in the day. One clear objective, tracked and reviewed nightly. No phone, no distractions. Log what was built. Reflect, improve, repeat. No feelings. No, wasn't in the mood. No soft exits. They execute because it's who they are now. Final command. The world doesn't need more followers, more content consumers, more people waiting for permission. It needs builders, thinkers, creators of new reality. That's what this pillar creates. Someone who doesn't wait for destiny. They forge it. Someone who doesn't watch from the sidelines. They design the arena. And every 90-minute block, it's one brick in the cathedral of their future. So they build, silently, ruthlessly, unapologetically, because their mission is not a wish. It's not a dream. It's not a maybe. It is a non-negotiable identity. And the person who builds daily becomes unstoppable. Pillar 4, stillness. Silence is not weakness. Stillness is not laziness. Rest is not retreat. They are weapons. And in a world addicted to noise, the most dangerous person alive is the one who has mastered stillness. Look around. Everyone is plugged in. Every second, every space, every moment. They scroll when they wake. They scroll when they eat. They scroll between thoughts, between tasks, between breaths. Input, input, input. Constant stimulation. Endless distraction. No space to think. No time to feel. And they wonder why their thoughts are fogged. Why their creativity is dead. Why their anxiety never shuts up. Why they feel like they're losing control of their life. The answer is simple. They've never learned to shut the system off. They've never sat in silence long enough to meet themselves. Pillar 4 exists for one reason: to recalibrate the mind through withdrawal from the chaos. To train the person to operate without the background noise of modern life. To teach them the ancient, lethal power of presence. This is about discipline of the nervous system. This is about soul recovery. This is about becoming so grounded that nothing can shake them. Not opinions, not rejection, not failure, not noise. Because when a person controls their internal state, the external world bows. The code is simple. Every single day, the individual takes 10 to 20 minutes to sit in stillness. No phone, no music, no talking, no scrolling, no stimulation, just them, their breath, their thoughts, their presence. This is not about doing nothing. This is about doing the most important thing they've never done: listening. Not to the world, but to their self. Let's make something clear. Stillness is not meditation. Meditation is a method. Stillness is a state. It is not posture. It is not a trend. It is not about apps or mantras or branding. Stillness is the absence of reaction, the collapse of stimulation, the intentional return to the source. It is withdrawal, reclamation, the reset switch of a conscious being in an overstimulated world. Why does this matter? Because the modern world is at war with clarity. Everything is built to hijack attention, to spike dopamine, to create noise. And the mind, without rest, becomes a prisoner to that chaos. Thoughts don't land. Ideas don't form. Focus dissolves. Decision-making weakens. And the person starts reacting to life instead of creating it. That's why most never break through. Not because they're lazy, Not because they're stupid, because their nervous system is fried, their brain is smoked, and they've never rebooted the machine. Stillness is not wasted time. It is the calibration of internal power. It is where intuition sharpens. It is where decisions crystallize. It is where old noise dies. It is where identity takes shape. A person who can sit in silence is a person who does not run from themselves. And that person, they are unstoppable. Let's go deeper. When a person sits in stillness, here's what happens. They begin to notice their thoughts. They stop reacting to them. They stop identifying with them. They start watching. And then they start choosing. And that is the shift. Because most people are not thinking. They're remembering thoughts that were given to them. They're not present. They're replaying loops. Stillness breaks the loop. It breaks the addiction. It breaks the illusion that everything is urgent. It shows them what actually matters. And more importantly, it shows them what doesn't. In stillness, they begin to separate themselves from the pressure to perform, the addiction to opinions, the compulsion to compare, the tendency to overcommit, the lie that motion equals progress, and they begin to remember who they are, what they stand for, what they will no longer tolerate. Stillness becomes a mirror, and that mirror, it shows the raw truth. No filters, no performance, just clarity. Let's talk about the resistance. The first time a person tries to sit in stillness, they'll hate it. They'll reach for their phone. They'll check their imaginary notifications. They'll fidget. They'll twitch. They'll look around. They'll feel like they're wasting time because they've trained their body to run from silence. But that discomfort, that's detox. It's their nervous system shedding dependency. It's their mind rejecting the purge. And if they sit with it, if they breathe through it, if they stay when every part of them wants to flee, they win. Here's what happens after consistent practice. By day 30, stillness no longer feels like punishment. It starts to feel like power. Thoughts start to slow. Decisions become easier. Reactions become rarer. They become the kind of person who can sit through discomfort without being owned by it. That's a dangerous level of self-control. By day 60, their creativity surges. Ideas begin to form in silence. Solutions arrive without force. Their intuition sharpens. They can feel what's right without needing 10 opinions. They no longer look outward for answers, because the answers are returning internally. They become calm, centered, focused, not by accident, but through intentional inner training. By day 90, stillness becomes a source of clarity, power, and identity. They don't crave stimulation anymore. They require silence. They don't fear boredom. They thrive in it. They don't look for noise. They seek the signal, because now they understand. A person who doesn't run from silence is a person no one can manipulate. Their focus becomes magnetic. Their calm becomes contagious. Their mind becomes a weapon. Here's the protocol. Every day, 10 to 20 minutes. Non-negotiable. No sound, no phone, no screen, no input. Just sit, or walk, or breathe. But do it in pure presence. Let thoughts rise. Watch them. Let them fall. Return to the breath. No fixing. No judging. Just observation. This is not about doing it right. This is about doing it anyway. The goal is not relaxation. It's reconnection. And it must be earned. Daily. Final command. In the noise, everyone looks the same. Everyone reacts. Everyone performs. Everyone reaches for stimulation. But in the silence, That's where the real ones rise. That's where the person becomes different, still, present, focused. No matter what chaos comes from the outside, they don't flinch because they've already faced the storm inside. Stillness is not the absence of activity. It's the mastery of awareness. And the person who masters awareness can master anything. So they sit and they own the silence, because what comes from it can never be stolen. Pillar 5, no negotiation. This is where the line gets drawn. This is where softness dies. This is where trying ends and becoming begins. Pillar 5 is the code. It is the iron that binds all the others, because without it, everything collapses. Without this pillar, discipline becomes random. The body gets soft. The mind forgets. The mission derails. The silence gets drowned in distraction. Pillar 5 is the law behind the structure. Number negotiation. Let's say it again. No negotiation. Not sometimes. Not when it's convenient. Not when the sun is shining and motivation is high. Every day. Every choice. Every action. Follow through isn't a mood. It's an identity. Most people fail not because they're weak, but because they negotiate with themselves. They say they'll wake up early until the bed feels warm. They say they'll train today until the soreness kicks in. They say they'll do their deep work until something urgent shows up. That's not failure. That's self-betrayal. Every time a person backs down from their own word, they fracture their identity. They reinforce the belief, my word is flexible. My commitment is optional. My vision is not sacred. And that belief will sabotage every goal, every habit, every transformation. So what does no negotiation mean? It means the decision was already made, and it doesn't get revisited. The training? It's happening. The reading? It's getting done. The mission block? It's locked in. The silence? It's honored. The food, the sleep, the boundaries? Already decided. No debate. No delay. No mental gymnastics. The person doesn't hope to follow through. They expect it. Because their standard is non-negotiable. Let's get psychological. Every time a person keeps a promise to themselves, they cast a vote for who they believe they are. One decision, it's a moment. 90 in a row. That's a new identity. That's how internal transformation works. Not from journaling dreams, not from visualizing success, from living in alignment with what was spoken. And the opposite is true too. Every time a person skips, they tell their subconscious, I'm not serious. I don't finish. I'm just pretending. And eventually, the subconscious stops believing anything they say. That's why most people have no momentum. Not because they don't want it, but because they don't believe themselves anymore. And how could they? They've taught their own mind to expect the fall off. Let's talk tracking. No negotiation requires visibility. Why? Because the brain lies. It will say, you've been consistent. You're doing better than before. But the numbers don't lie. So they track every pillar, every day. No gaps. The workout, the reading, the mission time, the stillness, the adherence to this code. They don't guess. They know. And when they see those streaks build, when they see that chain of days unbroken, they'll feel something most people never get to feel. Self-respect. Because that's what this is really about. Not achievement. Not appearance. Not proving something to others. It's about earning back the respect of the person in the mirror. When that person says, I'm doing this, and they do it. When that person says, I won't skip today, and they don't. When that person says, "I'm not who I used to be," and their life proves it. That is the foundation of unshakable confidence. And that can't be bought. That can't be faked. That can't be posted. It has to be earned. What does a no-negotiation life look like after 90 days? It looks like momentum. The body is tight. The mind is sharp. The mission is moving. The stillness is working. They become the kind of person who others can feel. Not because they talk about their habits, but because their presence radiates discipline. They walk differently. They speak with clarity. They say less, but every word lands. Why? Because they trust themselves now. Because they've been tested, and they didn't fold. Because they've lived through the war of self-doubt, distraction, and delay, and won. Here's the code. If the person says it, they do it. If they commit, they follow through. If they fall, they correct immediately. They never negotiate with fear. They never negotiate with comfort. They never negotiate with the old version of themselves. And if they must choose between easy and true, they always choose true. Final command. Pillar 5 is the difference between a good run and a complete identity shift. It is the reason the other pillars hold. Because what good is a powerful mind if it's not directed daily? What good is a strong body if it folds when it's tired? What good is a mission if it's always being renegotiated? What good is stillness if it's replaced with chaos at the first sign of pressure? No. Negotiation is not just a habit. It is who they are now. And from this moment forward, every action answers one question. Am I negotiating with my old self? If the answer is yes, correct it. If the answer is no, double down. Because this is the edge, the blade, the black and white line between the person they were and the person they're becoming. And once they cross it, there is no going back. Reset the brain. Cut the dopamine. You've been hijacked. Not by people, but by your own chemistry. Every notification, every scroll, every quick check has rewired your brain for weakness. You're chasing stimulation instead of fulfillment. So for these 90 days, cut it. Cut the endless scrolling. Cut the binge content. Cut the background noise. And most importantly, cut the substances. Alcohol, gone. Anything that dulls your clarity, gone. Your edge is not negotiable, and you don't trade clarity for comfort. The 3 walls. You will hit 3 walls. All of them are traps. All of them are tests. The first comes fast, day 7 to 10. The honeymoon fades. The work gets heavy. The whispers return. This is too much. You've done enough. You can start again later. Those are the voices of death. That's the old you begging to survive. Silence it. Move anyway. The second wall, day 30. Boredom. No more novelty. Just routine. Just reps. Just grind. This is where men quit. Not because of pain, but because of doubt. Don't fall for it. Stay locked in. Because under the surface, everything is shifting. The third wall, day 60. This is where the rebirth begins. You move without resistance. You act without overthinking. Your habits feel like instinct. This is the moment you realize you're not pretending anymore. You are. By day 90, you're not chasing transformation. You've become it. You're no longer dragging yourself through change. You're moving with precision, with rhythm, with power. Because discipline is no longer something you try. It's who you are. This is what it means to become unrecognizable. Final command. When you feel tired, repeat this. I said 90, not 9. When your mind begs for the exit, respond with action. When the world doesn't clap, clap for yourself. When you want to fold, don't. Because the man you are becoming, he's watching, and he's waiting for you. You've flirted with change before. This time, you finish it. This time, you become it.